This is a microphone test.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Finally, okay. All right, cool. I'm ready whenever you are. I just need to adjust my mic some more, but I should be good.
Okay.
Need to put it somewhere comfy.
Let me. Well, can someone in chat tell us if Ty is decently audible? His voice always sounds good to me. I'm not a good judge.
We started streaming, right?
Yeah.
I didn't get the stream notification. There we go. I don't hear
All right.
anything via the stream.
Thomas says we're both audible.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Well, looks like we're good to get started.
Yep. Send me over the first deck.
Okay. Shit. One sec. Let me pop over here in Discord and that chord and all the chords in between. What the hell? There we go. First deck.
Alrighty then.
All right. So this one was submitted, as we can see below, by Corey Clark on Facebook, and no context was added. In fact, almost none of our decks were submitted with context. We have a lot though tonight, as you can see up above in my browser bar.
Yeah. Oh wow. We should probably narrow it down to like 2 or 3.
Well,
Well,
we can
we'll
pick
see.
as we go along.
Yeah, we'll go as we go.
Yep.
All right.
Kill
So
extra tab. But also, as some of you may have noticed, I decided to haphazardly throw chat into the stream. So, say hi. You guys are you're on candid camera. And I'm eating mango. I got some mango.
I have a Jimmy John's up next to me that I might be snacking on in a little bit. We'll see. Okay, so right off the bat, this is 50 cards.
It's 50 cards.
50 cards, all right.
The curve looks pretty healthy.
It does. I'm just trying, like right now I'm just kind of looking at this like a puzzle. It's just like, what is he trying to do? And is he doing it?
Well, the name is crystal farming. So
Yeah.
I would imply that this has something to do with using crystals to probably proc effects and whatnot.
Yeah, there's
Question
just not a
is,
lot.
what is the goal with that? um like I see value cards, I see control cards, but I'm seeing just a couple aggro cards and not much in between.
Yeah, because it seems like the deck's just trying to run like fire, ice, water, good stuff with crystals, but I'm not sure how well that works. And like, I get the idea of not running summons or monsters, but I'm not sure if that's a boon to the deck. Like, for example, like I assume you're not running summons for General Leo,
Right.
but it's not that big of a deal. And the thing is, like, especially looking at the meta right now, like summons are nice, but they're not like 100% needed.
Right. Well, especially with so many decks using like ETB abilities to
Yeah.
nuke a lot of things.
Yeah.
As we experienced the other day, like we were playing Soiree against each other, and Soiree just kind of said, "You know what? The only summons I need are Amaterasu and Mist Dragon. Like that's
Yeah.
really all we used." And a lot of the
I also
meta is
had
kind of shifting the same.
Yeah, I also had a game against Brian yesterday against Black Waltz. Like this like Black Waltz really doesn't care about seeing a General Leo.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Black Waltz dulls the General Leo and then just kills everything around him because it locks the
Yeah.
opponent out of summons too. Like it's not a huge.
So yeah, I agree with that. So my first suggestion here is bump General Leo down to like at most 2.
Mhm.
I think throwing in a Sid Randell is more important here. Because a
Yeah.
lot of things have ETBs, and
Yeah.
hurting those is it's a big idea.
The other thing is, so this is a crystal deck, but he's not running Knight. He's only running Oracle.
Yeah. Which
Which
with
is
the low amount of water in here
yeah.
makes me a little concerned for that. I honestly don't really think the water is necessary in this deck, with the exception of Sarah Mobius.
It's kind of not. Like Sarah Mobius is nice. But she's good. It's just not great. Well, actually, I guess you could argue to keep Sarah Mobius in. Like, how I'm going to handle this deck is that it's going to be fire, ice, water, crystal. I think he can cut out the whole, like, General Leo strat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna tear this deck apart.
I'm not gonna be so brutal.
Like, I'm really not sure why Noctis is here. He's
Well,
also running a lot of crystals, but he's not running Cloud of Darkness. All right, I'm just gonna start on what I think like shouldn't be here, because I'm getting rid of Maro immediately. Getting rid of General Leo, killing Squall. Shantotto's fine. Luso's a good card, just not in this deck because you're running so many other colors, and
mm-hmm.
he's gonna whiff so often. See, I'm not sure about Noctis.
Noctis I'm okay with if you include a materia.
Well, the thing is, like, you're not getting a lot of party attack synergy.
Right.
Like, you put Noctis in a deck like, Chocobos. Like, the big thing about him is that you're going to be party attacking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So Thomas commented, I'm in a weird headspace where I want this deck to simultaneously drop water entirely and go deeper into water for Sarah backup package. It's not a terrible idea.
Like, the front is so. The front is lacking any focus. Like, there's good stuff here, but like, there's just pieces of a lot of other cool things that don't really finish their like none of them are able to finish their job.
Yeah. Oh, I noticed he's not running Sarah.
Yeah?
Or no, Lena, my bad. Lena, like the water crystal to run.
Yeah, because that one is color agnostic in terms of what you play on the field, right? Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just cost. Um yeah, like let's see. So what in here deals damage? Where's the ETB damage?
There isn't any.
So I wonder then why Kuchaspel is here.
It's probably just to get around
Oh,
Garland.
Noctis. Okay, so Noctis deals
Yeah.
damage. But you have to do a party attack for that. Um, let's see. Morrow just burns. Um, let's see. Yeah, there's no reason for Kuchaspel to be here. So I'm just gonna say cut that. Knock that off. um, let's see. I want to bump the class 4th Moogle up to 3. The knight can go up a little bit. And I think... Hmm. Well, Hurdy's never going to whiff on the upside.
Yeah. That was another thing is like he wasn't running Setzer either. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
if you're running an all forwards deck, why wouldn't you run Setzer? Yeah, just a lot of weird choices in this deck.
You're talking the 5-drop Setzer, correct?
4-drop.
Or 4-drop. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. The art. Both of them are in mono art. I got confused.
Yeah.
Lena and Sarah, I think, are the main draws of water here. Deeper into water for Sildra, which can find you all the crystal backups. Yeah. Basically.
Yeah.
Who's messaging me? Who's making my Moogle go off? Okay. So back to work here. I don't know about Titus.
He's good. He doesn't play into the strategy of the deck, but he is removal and he is like Titus is a lot better in a control deck. This isn't a control deck. This is just
Right.
like a lot of
And
forwards
that's
deck.
that's why I'm saying like I do like him as a card. Like it's a gross card.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I just don't see how it really fits here. Like yeah, granted, there's not a lot of removal in the deck.
Yeah.
Um, but it seems like the deck isn't really intent on doing removal.
Mhm.
So why do we need Tidus? Shantotto is some sort of it's soft removal. It just clears the path. It's not, it's not there to kill anything per se.
Yeah.
Um, Squall can do some nasty stuff with
I also notice
AoE.
he's running Musato without a way to make the opponent discard. And like the one
Same
he
with
breaks
the
Scanna Crystal's nice, but it's not great.
yeah, like I mean, there's lightning, which doesn't
Lightning does
actually
make the
force
opponent
discard
discard.
either. Come to think of it,
Yeah.
yeah.
I agree. This is his only source of discard outside of Devout.
Yeah, I don't know if Mustadio should be at 3 or even present.
Also
Like
not
back
sure about
attack is
having
nice.
Hardy here either. Sorry, I'm jumping around so much and everything. I'm like, this probably shouldn't be here.
Yeah,
Same with like Selthus. Like Selthus is a nice late game, but what are you really getting off of him?
yeah. I hesitate on that one too.
Like to be fair, it would be nice to Selthus hit lightning, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I'm just gonna lean hard into a lot of crystals and a lot of and ways to cash them in.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do something similar. I'm gonna cut Celsius down to 1. I'm gonna cut Tidus entirely here.
Mhm.
Hmm. Yeah, you could do Sarah for the Tidus search, or for the Noctis search rather. Right? Because Prince, yeah, it's a maybe.
Yeah. He's already got Night and Devout. I'm wondering if I just like he just keeps those in. Because right now I have him at 16 backups. And I've cut a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's also running a lot of like 3 and 4 drops, so like why not run Samurai? Oh wait, choose one fire forward, never mind. Um,
Hmm. Um,
yeah, this is just awkward.
yeah, well, yeah. I don't want to be so
'Cause,
harsh on it,
yeah,
but like,
because there's like some decent. I'm looking at your searches. Like there's some decent night support in this deck. Because you are running Ramza Agrius. He could run Lita if you really wanted to.
mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's worth it.
Where is right? I'm like, what search is a job night? Duke Goltana in Lightning.
Yeah, yeah.
Crap.
I was talking to some people about that yesterday, or no, at Fair Game. We were talking about how I think Duke should be an ice, but that's just me. Ice or water.
He could be a multicolor card if they reprint him.
He should be a multicolor card. Actually, if anything, that just makes
What
him
else
more
is anything can
narrow.
party with anything in case that would miss? Yeah, Morrow. The thing is, though, you're relying on Morrow to be out for that, and that's Morrow is nukeable. Like,
Morrow, he's a rough card to run into sometimes, but like whenever I see a Morrow, I'm like, I don't really care about it. Like, it's definitely one of those things that's like, are you at damage 5? No, okay, then I'm fine.
Yeah, like Morrow
Like,
can
don't get me
party
wrong.
and damage, yeah, damage 5 burn, so whatever. But like,
Yeah, like trust me, Mario's scary at 5 damage. But the thing is, he's a 3-drop 6k body with haste that relies on party attacking. In fire, which doesn't have a whole lot of party attacking synergies
yeah,
by itself.
like if it gave something else haste, well, Soul can give himself haste, I guess.
I cut Soul. I
Well,
don't see the
Soul
point
can
in using
play
him.
Morrow for free,
Mhm.
which is nice. Party attacks gain a crystal, etc.
Actually, yeah, you got a point there.
Like Soul is decent. The problem is a lot of these forwards are forwards that I'd be like, yeah, put that at 2. Put that at 2. And then like I I basically want to put literally everything at 2, which kind of
Yeah,
defeats the purpose of having a lot of, like, I don't know what to say about this one.
yeah. I
Like
just feel like God. I feel so mean, but um,
I'm just stuck on what is I'm stuck on what to include and what to exclude and where to take the focus of this deck.
yeah.
Um because
But
there's
one thing I
directions
do
it
know,
could go, but they're all incomplete.
for certain is it needs to be running an FFT backup.
Hmm.
Actually, Ovelia might be good, or 3-drop Ovelia might be good in this case. Because there's a lot of ETBs here, and a lot of cards that get strong. So you don't mind, or if they die, you could just bring them back. Merle Whip's nice, but not needed. So I'm cutting Merle Whip for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm like questioning the lightning too. Like, I'm just gonna cut it. I think mine's like basically done. Like, it's just weird because like you run Lena in this deck without any really great Lena targets. I'm running Furion in the deck. Agrius. I could probably cut Mustado for Sid. Oh, I see you putting Garland. That's a pretty good idea.
I actually was cutting it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I put it in, then I just put in a lot of the options and I'm cutting them down because like Garland is nice, but your backups aren't really gonna go away.
Yeah.
And so like cracking the backups, with the exception of like Oracle or
Mhm.
Knight, like yeah, they're not really gonna go. So you're like breaking them to draw isn't gonna really happen.
Yeah.
And if you're using all these means of blocking the opponent dealing damage to things, his protection shell doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
And so I was like, eh. I feel like I'd rather get value off of other stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um,
Oh, I didn't even. I was thinking about putting Mog 6 in here,
Mugs. Oh, um,
but you don't have that much card draw synergy.
yeah.
The card
There's
draw
really
synergy
not a
is a
lot
little
of draw.
weak.
Like the gas would be nice to get through to things because you don't have a lot of search either.
Yeah.
But you know, eh.
Yeah. Like Mog is essentially just a 2-drop, draw 2, discard 1 at that
Yeah.
point. Hmm.
Do I want a Clady for the Knight and Prince activation? Eh.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna respect their wishes. I'm gonna take the summons out. I just realized my version has 0 EX bursts.
So does
How many?
mine. Actually, I think the original had 0 EX.
Oh wow.
I think. I could be wrong. I have too many backups though. I think I'm gonna cut one of each of those Moogles because once you have them, you have them. They color. Can kind of color fix.
I just straight up cut the non-fire one, and
Really,
even the non-fire one I'm iffy, or even the fire one I'm iffy on,
you
because
don't want to
if you
have.
want to build, if you want crystals, why not just run 3 samurai?
Wait, what? I'm talking about the Moogles.
I know. My point is, I'm thinking about cutting them because they just don't help. Like, yeah, it's color
Yeah,
fixing, but like when you're building the deck around Moogles, then you'd rather just play the crystal generators for 2. Like the thing is, you don't exactly
sure.
have like an expensive, um,
That's fair.
you don't have expensive forwards, and yeah, it's
Yeah, I just want to be able to produce enough of each color because color fixing seems like it might not always be easy here.
mm,
Um, hmm. Okay.
interesting.
hmm.
I'm also looking at your multi-element options because you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
hit a lot of backups pretty easy.
Thomas wants to know if viewers can post their iterations somewhere.
Feel
I
free to
hadn't
throw it
considered that.
into the uh you could probably throw that into the deck tech discussion tab
Yeah, that works
or
in our
deck building
Discord.
advice, either or. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm kind of torn if I want to say mine's complete.
I'm like looking for one more forward. I think mine's complete. At least doing what I could do with it. Um, eh,
Hmm. God, just everything in me wants to say, "Hey, throw an Ami in. Like, just have
yeah,
an Ami."
like because I put a Tomos at 3
Hmm.
initially.
It's
I
almost
was
a good
like
one.
I was
Mind
like, I'm
Flayer
just gonna
wouldn't be bad.
yeah, I'm just gonna cut. I'm just gonna say fuck it, like just run a Tomos because crystals it becomes cheaper. It's a 1-drop. It's really good. But
Mm-hmm.
I decided to go back to the spirit of the deck and just kind of say like, we'll we'll not do that for now. But right now I'm just looking through all multi-element cards that you could potentially run. Ooh, actually, Let's cut. I'm 2 over.
Hmm. I'm at 50 and the curve is lower than when I started, so I think I'm going to call mine done.
Yeah. My curve's a little bit higher. A bit higher. Yeah. Let's see. I think I just got one of those. And then
At least I think mine curve is lower. I think I added more 2-drops.
all right, I just posted mine.
Okay, I'm hitting submit. All right. So let's go over our choices here, Ty. Let's talk about yours. What you got?
Sec. Renaming it. Update. Okay. Let's look at it. So keeping with the theme of no summons. Personally, I just feel like it needs to be 2 elements, but I did what I could with that. We'll look at, yeah, I definitely want to look at Thomas's in a bit. But
Sure.
so first I narrow down the backup lineup to 3 of the crystal generators. Their effects aren't, or their second effects aren't amazing, but they're good.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, in my Earth Ice deck, I have my 2 main crystal generators are the Knight and the Geomancer, and then Kefka.
Right.
I hunger for crystals occasionally, but it's not like a huge deal for me. Like usually I'm fine. So I think running 9 crystal generators just in backup, sans devout, devout puts it up to 12. Like you're gonna have plenty of crystals. You don't really have to worry about additional crystal generation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I just wanted the forward lineup to just be cashing in on it. So you have cards like Lena, um, who has a couple okay targets. You have Sol Ramza Agrias for her first effect. And then let me double check her Lena. And then you have Fury and Cloud of Darkness, Mistado, Sarah. You have a lot more targets for her second effect as well. Sarah Mobius is a free, scry one whenever you get a crystal. So
Mm-hmm.
like she deserves to stay at 3. Titus is okay. Like he's just a good threat.
Mm-hmm.
I agreed with you on Sid Rendell. I put Sid Rendell up to 2. Because they're nice water, I think Chime is fine. It gives him like some form of removal
Right.
because this deck has no removal
Yeah.
outside of Cloud of Darkness, which I added. Um, unless you're expecting T to get targeted. Setzer is always going to hit, so there's no reason not to run him. Also, additional crystal generation. 2-drop or 4-drop Shantoto. She's 4-drop Shantoto. And then I put in a Laswell. He's not amazing, or he doesn't look amazing, but the thing is, if you play Laswell on an established board, most of your forwards are ice and fire. So you're going to get like a lot of value out of that second effect. That's just my thought process. Like, I was just trying to. I think the goal of this deck is to just build a wide board and
Yeah.
then
No,
cash in
I
on
think that's
crystals.
pretty much the case.
Yeah. So I just try to make as many things sticky or targetable by Lena as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then on to my version. Um, so I kind of tried to lean a little bit more into that party attacking angle.
Mhm.
But I kind of I kind of evened out the forwards while adding to them.
Yeah.
So I threw in a materia for the Noctis search, just to get him on the field. I added a
Mhm.
second lightning because having that haste, could be pretty nasty. Um, and then kept Ramza and Soul pretty high because those can actually get some pretty good stuff off of the crystals. But like you did, I added more crystal backups. So I have the Samurai, like you put in, the Knight is in there, and the Oracle, so you can get at least 6 off the backups. I had Novelia for the FFT synergy, which is basically just Agrius, I think,
Yeah.
and Mustadio. So like, eh. But it's
Uh,
there. It's an option, and then
Ramza.
honestly, the second Novelia is just there for the special.
Yeah.
Um, if you get it.
Actually,
Um, Maybe
I
don't need
checked Thomas's
Materia Sarah.
comment.
Oh, that's true. Well, it's a backup option, I guess. Materia plays
Yeah.
it for free though.
Yeah. I
So
actually added in Sarah um into my list because I realized that Thomas has a really good point. There's so many things you search off of it. You can
nice.
search Laswell off of it, like
That's true, actually, with yours. That's a good point. Um, but yeah, Shantotto and Squall still two. Setzer I put it two. General Leo I put it two because I feel like with what you've got, you're protecting him fine. Um, there's really no good monsters to play with that. I mean, like you could do Scale Toad maybe.
maybe.
Scale Toad is an option for a forced discard and keep things rough. For the opponent with that, maybe Lancer unit is another good one. Ty, isn't YKT discard type situation? Correct me if I'm wrong.
If the opponent has X or less cards in hand,
Okay, so like it does
he
stuff.
he cashes in on discard effects, but he doesn't make the opponent discard.
Okay, gotcha. Celsius I put to one
Yeah.
because while it's a good card, the value you get here isn't insane. Um, I mean, you're gonna if you remove five fire forwards and ice forwards, from your break zone, um, you know, no matter what, you get to play something for free because nothing in this deck costs more than 4 or 5, right? Like depending on which version, mine or yours.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
always going to hit, but how often do you need to? Is my question. Um, like it's nice, but you have so many other value generators like Lena, Soul, I mean Noctis technically. Um, and you do all the crystal crazy stuff with Ramza and Soul. Um, again, Lena, you have Morrow for the party attack stuff, Noctis for party attack stuff. Sid Rendell and General Leo are pretty much entirely protecting your board. Um, so, what are they gonna do about that? Like you could throw Charlotte in here maybe. Celsius seems like a bad Lena. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like I don't disagree, Thomas. Um,
Yeah, that's why I
so
cut Selthus. He just
like yeah, you could cut Celsius for a Charlotte or something. Like, oh, okay, oops, General Leo got killed or whatever. Like, okay, Charlotte, you know, like there's options there. So that's something to keep in mind. Just if you want to skip or ditch the value part of some of this, then yeah, you can just throw in more protection and more dulling and stuff like that, and you'll be okay. Um, but like the backups, I just kind of kept the same while adding to them. Devout, I put to two because honestly, you're not really gonna do it a lot. Like it's there, I guess. Cool. I couldn't add more Hurdy though without cheating, so I kind of had to, you know, kind of wanted to keep something for ice.
yeah.
Knight is there for crystals. Cool. What I like, they're crystals. These three are crystals, and then this is color fixing, just because I wanted to be really sure. Um, so that's that's my logic there. There's things, but I'm not terribly confident in it. Um, this seems like like looking at the original deck. This looks to me like a deck built to counter a local meta.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like that's fine. But it's one of those things that I would hesitate to play this if I were going to like a local qualifier or like a Crystal Cup or like a reunion event because there's just going to be so much more of the broader meta stuff there and there's ways to play around this. Problem is if you want to stick too close to the original theme of the deck, I think that you don't really get a choice in terms of
Yeah.
fighting a lot of the like broader meta. So it kind of it comes down to a decision you got to make. Like
Mhm.
this is a fun if it seems a fun idea. I like some of the combo potential of a lot of the cards here, but it's a lot of incomplete packages. So without just shredding the deck and being like, all right, this is trash. I'm gonna throw out 48 of these cards. We're keeping these two. Here we go. Um, then you come to the I forget the boat analogy, but it's like how many parts of a boat do you have to replace before it's not the same boat anymore?
Oh, the
Is
philosophy
that
thing.
yeah, I forget what the name of that problem is, but you know, it's an interesting philosophy problem to discuss here. But considering we have a lot of decks to go through and not a lot of time, we've been going for like 45 minutes already, I think. Um, you know,
Yeah.
we we got to move on, and this I think this is about the best we can do here. Because it's not bad. It's just niche.
The ship of Theseus.
Ship of Theseus, thank you.
Theseus, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Greek, so it would be yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll be right back. Feel free to get started on the other one without me. I just have to grab a charger.
okay. So these are our versions of that one. The next one here is going to be this guy. I think would be interesting. And then we'll get to. We could probably do the other monster deck pretty soon, as well. Um, we can also share viewer versions in chat here. I'll post the viewer versions of these decks in chat. Just let me send this current deck to Ty for a moment. No, I don't want to mute. I want to message him. Boom and boom. And then let me go back to here. Let me copy that link. And actually, real quick, I'll show off this one. So this one okay, so Thomas, right? I think that was you who posted this one. Threw in Sildras for search. Mute is not a bad option there, actually. Damn, why didn't Ty or I think of that? Um, threw in an Ash. Interesting. Um, and then Value Agrius. Okay, also not bad. Um, that's definitely a good choice. I actually like that one quite a bit. Um, Lastwell here. This one I hesitate on only because there's so few knights. Um, but that being said, you're kind of guaranteed if you keep everything else there, you're kind of guaranteed to get the second effect off. So like, not a bad choice. Remedy also not a bad choice. Tie through Inferion as well, and I kind of like that one. That's just an option
I'm
there.
back.
I'm
He's
talking
the
about the
thing.
viewer submissions.
Yeah, because the thing about Furion is the fact that you pay the crystal and immediately draw a card is nice, and then he gets even better. Like, there's so I feel like if a 2-drop card literally just had ETB, pay a crystal, draw a card, like it'd be fine.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be great, but it'd be good. So the fact that Furion does that and then gets more on top of it.
yeah. So yeah, this is pretty similar though. You missed it. Thomas threw in mute.
Ooh, I like it.
Sid
I
Red.
run
I'm
mute
kind of
in a lot of decks
disappointed we
too.
didn't think of that one. But yeah, no,
I'm
it's
I, I'm peculiar about who or Remedy said to mute make it into.
that's fair. But we also have Walter's submission. So Dan submitted this one. Threw in Beatrix for night support. Threw in Charlotte for night support. Lastwell, Light Rain. I'm liking this. Oh, this is okay. So this is your version. This is your Knights deck. Okay, I'm like, this isn't the same. No, this is the one you were gonna show me the other day that I didn't get a chance to look through. Um, and I like this one. I like this quite a bit. So this seems pretty effective. Because this has synergy. This has a focus. This has kind of a job. It knows what it's doing. It can split
Plus,
into a few different directions. Um, I
having
do
played against this deck,
think you're missing the
cut
Agrius, the other
uh,
Agrius.
ki- cut Biblos.
Cut the Biblos.
Um, but Biblos isn't too much because your main ways to make the opponent discard are Agrius. Um, and it's just Agrius, I think. Yeah. And Edward. But the thing is, I know you're a little iffy on the Edward. Um, so I don't know. My guess is to cut the Edward, put either Eodolus or Sarah up one more, and then cut Biblos maybe for another Scale Toad, and probably another Phoenix.
Well, there you have it. So I'm gonna bump forward on this one. Oh, okay. So this one, crap. My list of who submitted what for decks got cleaned out when Windows decided to update, and chat's either frozen or delayed. Uh-oh. Um Interesting. What's going on
Wait,
here?
you might need to scroll it down.
No, it's scrolled down.
Ah,
Um
it seems updated on my end.
yeah, no, it's working here. I might have just had to click in the window and like let it do stuff. But thank you for at least looking out for that. Um, who? Let's see. This one was deck. Okay, 846464. That one came from Facebook. So I want to say that one was here. I will just be in.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to
it
attribute the deck to the right person. So
yeah. According to Thomas, there's like a 5 minute delay on the chat.
oh wow, that's pretty bad. Um, Jeez. Okay, one sec then on that one. Let me. Wow. Test. Yeah, test that. See where we are. On my screen, it's showing up fast.
Mm,
So that's weird.
yeah, that popped up right away for me.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Here we go. So this one was submitted by. This one was submitted by Edward on Facebook.
Okay. I like this. I think I see what it's going for. So obviously you have crystal support. You're running Knights of Geomancers and Devout, but it's also monsters.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hades and Mira. Already love it, right?
So let's see. All right, let's go into editing. So kind of perchance, I was talking to Brian yesterday
Mm-hmm.
while we were playing games, and we were talking about Ice Earth specifically. And Brian talked about how um, Ice Earth with monsters has a lot of really good cards. For example, the 2-drop Mira is amazing. And then Hades is like also an amazing card because Hades is just like a kill something after turn 3,
Yep.
like a consistent kill something. And you have so many ways to trigger him. Um, I'm also noticing Go Go, but I'm also noticing. Yeah, does Go Go copy the animate effects?
It
Damn, I think he does.
might, but then how would it do that? Would it create a
He would
monster token? Like
no,
create
he
a
he would become the forward.
That's what I'd think. So you could
Yeah.
attack, become the forward, but it'd already be dulled,
Yeah.
technically. So that'd be weird. Because if Go-Go attacks on its own.
Well, you don't have to attack activate the effect. You would like you probably do that going into
Oh, that's a
combat
good
and then you
point.
can
Yeah, it's true. You can get you get the actual effect. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
yeah, I do like that. I'm not sure about um I think one of the only cards in the second I'm iffy about is Lady Lilith,
Lady
but
Lilith is interesting. Um,
because I see how you play it, I just don't like how you play it.
yeah, yeah, Lady Lilith is weird. I think I'd actually hmm.
So he's running Lena, with the only real target being Mira. Mira or Lady Lilith? Maybe Lightning? Yeah, Lightning.
Well, here's
And
the
then for
thing.
the
Lady
second effect,
Lilith
you have a lot of
removes
targets.
from game, not break zone. So
I
it's
know. I'm talking about it being a Lena target. Because you just pitch Lady Lilith early, and then you Lena her back.
okay.
But even then, you're still spending crystals to do that. Lady
Yeah.
Lilith would prefer to have crystals.
I'm also pretty iffy on the Cecil.
Yeah.
I've never really liked the Cecil too much. It's not a bad card. I just think there's other things that could go in instead. Like I
Something
thought
worth noting,
2 Nimbus.
he accelerates Mira.
Oh, that's true. He is Mira Gas. That's true.
He is nice for Mira too. Um, hmm. I think the backward lineup or a backward backup lineup is basically fine. I think the only card I'm weird about is Edward.
I think I'd rather have the other Cecil though. The other recent Cecil from Opus 15.
Oh, the
If
Gears.
when he enters, if you don't pay a crystal, because that way you get the choice, right?
Yeah,
Like you don't get the removal off of playing him, but you can also replay him on when he at damage 3 when he dies, and you could also special to deal 2 to the opponent.
yeah.
So I kind of like that. I think that's a little bit more. I just think it's better value.
So I do like the removal of the 3-drop one.
Yeah, removal is not bad, not at all. I just there's not a lot in the deck
Yeah,
overall, so I wonder how important it is. Because like Rubble exists, Titan exists for your board wipe, Shantotto's your board wipe. Um, you have Nimbus to dull and freeze stuff. And then Go-Go can just copy.
yeah. Because I'm also trying to think of like
There's really not a
what.
lot of change here. Like this is pretty solid.
Yeah. Oh, duh. Wow, I am dumb. I finally realized why he's running Lady Lilith or Go-Go. Also, he's only running 2 Go-Go.
No, I think 2 Go-Go's okay.
It's because the thing that's putting me off is that he calls it Ice Earth Go-Go. So I'm like, what do you want to focus on Go-Go? And in that case, I'd probably cut Edward for um Sid. What's his name? Oh, Gaston Empire Sid.
Oh, search for category 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
But the only other
Go-Go.
problem with Go-Go is your other forwards don't really have effects that you trigger off of him. Because your monsters are getting effects. Like for example, like Lancer Unit's nice because you get to make the opponent discard 2.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Biblos, Atomos, and Hades and Spectral Keeper are good. Same with Luminous Pumo. The fact that you just add 2 back is really good.
Yeah.
But mm, I also think it's a little weird that he's running Lena at 3. Or oh, you have her too. Um,
Yeah, it was
mm,
already a 3 or 2.
okay,
I have basically not touched this so far.
okay. I've been doing some small edits, like, because the only thing I'm curious about is like, how do these monsters work, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
obviously they're all good Mira targets, and you get to do stuff with Go-Go. I think this is just kind of a like a damage 3 you win deck, honestly.
Yeah, kinda. Cloud of Darkness seems. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not
If you're
sure on
running
Cloud
a
of
good amount
Darkness.
of crystal generation, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Uh, hmm. I think you keep the White Tiger Lissy. I think you could cut the Setzer though. Like, I did just put in Gestalt and Empire Sid.
Okay.
Put
Question.
Titan down to 1. Titan's good, but not 100% necessary. I'd put Mira up to 3, Citra up to 2, because she has tons of good targets.
Mm-hmm. Question about Cecil. If you use the special on the one that I'm putting in, the Opus 15 Cecil,
Yeah,
um, and Gogo copies that, does Gogo just see the word Cecil in the text become Gogo, or does it stay Cecil?
it becomes Go-Go,
Okay, so that would mean that you could deal
basically.
4 damage on one turn with just those 2 forwards.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that also.
Ooh, yeah, I actually like that
Rumble can
too.
recycle backups. How do we feel if somebody break backups?
Well, that's what Hades is for.
Yeah, Hades can do that.
Because there's the cute combo with Robble and Hades being able to cycle through to each other. Also, I'd probably bump Hades up to 2 just for consistency's sake.
Definitely.
I also realized that he's not running the. Oh, he should probably be running the Goblin. There's a Monster Searcher Goblin in Ice. That
Oh,
um
yeah.
if Go goes out, you just get to search 2. Oh wait, yeah,
No, wait.
yeah,
Yeah,
wrong.
this goblin.
Yeah, the
This
Hand Trap Goblin. Hmm. Maybe then I would keep Hades at 1. Also, just I really don't feel good about Lightning. I think Lightning's really good in control deck, so I can see how it would work here. I just don't like. Your only way to get it back is Lena. That's not super important, and it is just a one of. Hmm. Now my only problem with this deck is I'm running too many cards. I'm at 55.
Thomas suggested Vincent. I'm assuming you mean the new one.
I think he's talking about the maybe the new one. The old one works here as well.
That's
The
not
break it back up.
terrible. I mean,
Kind of
I'm
see what I Citra.
hesitant. Problem is, it's backup. Oh, old one. This guy. Maybe. Maybe. Definitely worth keeping an eye on, but I don't know. I don't know. It. The thing is, like, you want your. I feel like you want to dull stuff and just leave it like that. You dull it and you're done. Like that's the way I'm approaching this.
Yeah.
Um, is once it's dulled, it's not your problem anymore. Like when to like a lot of reactivation stuff isn't terribly like huge right now. You have Pechiota, which is one thing. Vincent Special. I mean, break 2, 3 or more backup. Like a lot of backups right now are 2-drop though. Like 2 and 3, yeah. I guess. I don't know. This with Vincent, he's kind of good for the ETB, and then he's just 3-drop 7K. Like I wouldn't cut anything in this deck to fit him in. Is the issue. Like I'm trying to figure out what to do to make the stuff that's already here fit better. I don't know if like yeah, I don't know if he's worth having right now is my issue.
Yeah. Mm.
Citra over Larketius. EX. It's the
Yeah,
EX.
but Lucretius is you could do it multiple times. Oh,
Like
he's not running that.
you can pay 2 to search, which is nice.
I just
Yeah, you
realized
get
he's
cut
not
out a
running.
twin. I guess you could cut out a Twin Tanya, but also Twin Tanya is slow.
He's not running Nagmalata.
Oh shit, you're right. And like 7K isn't a lot. I mean, it is decent right now, but I don't know.
It's
Twin Tanya, I don't know. I'm not
Twin Tanya isn't great.
sold
Every
on it
testing
yet.
that I've seen with him has fallen kind of flat.
Yeah,
I think his effect should deal 8K.
yeah, I agree. I actually might cut the Devout here.
I have it at 2. I might put it to 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at 1. I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah,
it here. Like the discard
it's
isn't
fine, but
relevant really. Like
yeah.
eh. Like you have Lancer unit for go-go copy. You have Biblos discard for the go-go copy, and like you'll
Mhm.
discard off of that stuff. Um, and, like the lightning is there for just in case you're both at 0, you get the burn. But I don't know. I don't want to lean too into that discard situation here.
Yeah.
Um, in fact, I think I just cut the Devout entirely and drop another either Sid Waff or yeah, I think either bump Sid Waff up to 2 or Nagmalata up to 2. I think I want to do Sid Waff up to 2 for more 2-drops. Help the curve out a little bit. I think Tyro can be at 2. I kind of want to put Tyro at 2.
And maybe he is your color fixing,
He
which
is
is
color
nice.
fixing though.
You don't want to rely on Shantotto for color fixing.
Yeah. I'm 3 cards over here.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the same boat.
I almost want to cut Setzer down to 1 and put Lena up to 3.
That's what I did. I cut Setzer. Setzer,
Actually,
he's
I'm gonna
fun,
space for a
but
third.
like I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a lot of stuff that you flip and you're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
But I'm at 53 cards. I need to
I'm
slim it
at
down,
52.
and I have no idea how to.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to loosen up here.
Because I feel like
Um,
I'm only running 16 backups. I feel like I should be running 17.
I have 17, but I might cut down to 16.
Okay, never
Um,
mind.
I think I'm gonna cut one of the Geomancers, and I think because like I don't want to cut any of the I cut Luminous Puma down to 2 already
Yeah.
because it's expensive. You get more value off of the Go-Go, which is great, but yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Throw an X Star for EX repetition, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. There's 5 EXs in the whole deck, but like, what? Just do it, man. I almost want to take Clouded Darkness down to 1. Like, I don't
You
see it
can.
removing anything like super useful.
Mhm.
Because it can only block forwards from being played, nothing else. So like
I
that
mean,
can be big.
it's more so pay 3 or pay 2 crystals RFG.
Yeah, no, I know that. Like I get that. That's cool. That's huge. But only for forwards. And then your opponent kills it and it's just like, okay, I play the thing again.
Yeah.
Because I think you played this against me a few times and I've not been too worried about it, I think.
Yeah,
With the exception
it's
of like once.
I'm not crazy. I like it. I really like it.
Yeah. I like it too. I just don't know if
And
it does its job well enough.
I have had times where I've literally played it because I was at damage 3. I'm like 3 drop 9k, why not? Damn it, one sec. But I wouldn't call her like crucial. I think she's probably good at 1.
Yeah.
Like you don't super care about having multiple. You don't have a way to search her out. Like she's just really good removal, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I'm gonna leave the deck where it is, right here. Um People got too hung up on keeping it around, it just makes it just murks it. Yeah, like it's removal, cool. Then it's a 3 drop 9k. Because you just get it just dies, and then your opponent plays another one of the same thing that they lost. At least in my experience, I don't know how intense it is in other decks that I've played against or that I haven't played against yet, but my experience tells me it's not as big a threat as we want it to be. So, um, yeah, I think my adjustments to this deck are pretty small. Nagmalada is big, like it's a big search thing. Cutting down Setzer and Cloud of Darkness is fine. Um, Changing out the Cecil um, for the special, but the other Cecil is fine too. Um, and then everything else is like the Goblin for Monster Search is cool. Although, yeah, the monster lineup can always change. They can always get adjusted. But like these ones are pretty good. So yeah, I'm not gonna tweak
Yeah.
this one too much. I think I'm gonna call it here at where it is.
I'm writing a small essay in the description.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna hit submit on mine. So
Give me 1 second.
yep. God, I'm still so hungry.
No, I can just delete that. All right. Standard. Submit. Okay, mine's on there.
Cool. Let's see. While I get that open, we took the new programmer at work out to lunch today
Yeah.
for his introduction, and we went to this place near work. It's a barbecue place. It's the most bootlicky barbecue place you've ever heard of.
Oh God.
And They have a lot of really, really good stuff there. Um, but one of the things on the menu that I hadn't tried yet was their sampler. It's like
Mhm.
pick 2 or 3 of the meats and you just get a bunch of it. I'm like, all right, cool. So I order the sampler. It's $14 to get the to get 2 meats, and you get a side of cornbread for free with it, and then you can add on whatever else. And I got a bottle of Coke,
Yeah.
and it comes out, and there's literally like 3 slices of each kind of meat and the cornbread, and the whole tray is basically empty.
Oh wow.
I'm like, for $14, this is what I get.
That sucks.
I'm kind of insulted. I'm kind of offended
Yeah.
here.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, we had a chicken and boba place open up by my work,
Ooh,
and I went there with my coworker Ian, and um, everything there was like kind of pricey, and I was like, I don't like this. So I was just like, screw it, I'll get something that looks good, and I got something, and it was like $16. They gave me like an entire chicken. Like it
wow.
was, I got the tender meal, and it was a lot of food, and I was like, oh my god. And then I went back later. I went back another day, and they had a chicken sandwich lunch thing that it was a
Mm-hmm.
chicken sandwich, a bunch of fries, and a drink for $12.
Nice.
And it's like the chicken sandwich isn't huge, but it's very good.
I keep forgetting there's a teriyaki madness not too far from work.
Oh yeah.
So like I keep forgetting to go there, and then I pass it like every day or every other day, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then I just never go there.
Mhm.
Um,
I just had that Monday. It was awesome.
nice. It's been a minute for me. But anyway, your deck, your version.
Yeah. So I bumped Mira up to 3. Because I think Mira is just a really good card.
Mm-hmm.
One sec, let me look over the deck too. Um, because it's just the fact that like if you put yourself up to like damage 2 or damage 3, like she's just on. Like all of your monsters can be played. If you're at damage 5, being able to get a Luminous Puma is super nice.
Right.
Um, However, I think she'd be better with like more monsters that can break themselves. So I put into the description, I think this should be like more of an Earth Ice list because you could just narrow it down to like 3 flans that break themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got the goblins and stuff. You could even run the Earth flans if you wanted, because if you can set up the dream of having like, let's say you have 2 flans out and like a goblin and something else, uh, he is running Biblos. Ooh, actually, yeah. So you run like the Flan, Biblos, and a Goblin, right? So tap Flan, break Flan. The opponent discards you, ping something for 2k. You Goblin search for another Flan. Oh, Dull and Freeze off of Biblos. You crack Goblin, ping something for 2k again. Search another Flan, play the Flan, tap it, crack it, make the opponent discard, Dull and Freeze something else, and then ping something else. So, like, that's all off of playing one forward, and you only have to spend 2 CP past, or like 4 CP total. Like the thing is, there's a lot of combo ability with Mira that I feel like this deck isn't exploring. But keeping with the theme of it, of using the 2-drop damage 3 cycle, uh, I just tried to I just tried to um, focus on using Gogo's effect with them. So I agree with a lot of your choices. I put in the other 3-drop Cecil. He puts you closer to 3 damage if you don't want to spend the crystal. If you do
Mm-hmm.
have the crystal and you don't want to go higher, you don't have to, you know? Um, and then you even had a good point of like go copy Cecil special. Um, I I think the only cards that I'm still iffy on are White Tiger Lassie. Like he's good. He's a decent control card, but he feels a little out of place in this deck.
That's why I left it as a one of.
Yeah.
Like I think it's fine as a one of.
And I feel the same way about like Lena. Like Lena's good in this deck. Um, but you need a lot of crystals to play her, and your targets could be better. Um, 3 Robbles, good. 2 Cloud of Darkness I kept. Um, and then I kept 1 Titan. I think when I ran Titan for a while, I ran him at 2, and I felt like I saw him a lot when I didn't need him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
fair.
kind of want to do like another version of this where it's just Earth Ice and see what I can do.
Hmm,
But um, maybe sometime down the line.
That's fair. Yeah. So I kept mine. Generally, we're about the same. I kept
Yeah.
one of Setzer, one of Cloud of Darkness.
Mhm.
Setzer I think is fine just to the potential of hitting Lady Lilith off of it or Citra or you know like anything honestly is
Yeah.
it's fine. Like it's okay. It's not your goal, but it's one of those cards where like you see it and you're like, yeah, let's play this, see how it goes.
Mhm.
Um, so it's there. It's definitely cuttable as you
Yeah.
did, which is fine. And I swapped out the Cecil. If you cut Setzer, you can put Cecil at 3.
Mhm.
Definitely a way I would go with this. The Nimbus, it's fine. It's a card. Again, like if you cut it, you can put in a third Go Go. That's an option, or a third Mira.
Mhm.
Lightning exists. If you pop Lancer unit, you can get a 2 discard, which is cool. Biblos swings, you can get you know, you can get another discard, which can potentially empty out your opponent's hand, which is cool.
Yeah.
Um, most people sit at three-ish cards is like the average, I think, for like an idle hand, or a
Yeah.
drip hand. And the
Mhm.
rest of the monsters are fine. I put Luminous Puma down to 2 because I don't know how often you're gonna hit that Mira at damage 5.
Yeah.
Um, but
I'm
Go
not
Go
too sure about that
Copy
either.
is still big, so I left it there in case you want to copy it with Go Go otherwise.
Mhm.
And then I added in a Nagmalata for monster search because why not, right? Like you always want
Yeah.
to search. But Sid Waff getting stuff back from grave is big, so I pulled another Sid Waff into there. So you got 2 of those. Um, honestly, you could probably, yeah, no, I'd leave this backup line about as it is. Um, and I think Ty and I left this pretty close to each other's builds, but also we left a lot of it alone because a lot of it
Yeah.
is fine. Like a lot of it is not an issue. And so
Here, give me 1 second.
okay,
Uh, and two color version. Cool. And cement. Okay. Yeah, I just made a 2 color version really quick.
okay,
Feel free to check the text.
sure,
I'll explain it very briefly, and then we can move on to the next one.
okay. So this is your 2 color only version,
Yeah. I'm waiting
much
for the
more
stream to
slimmed
update.
down.
Yeah. So keeping the same amount of backups, but just focus down. So uh this is literally just for the combos I was talking about before. Hilgigus is just a really good card in the meta right now.
Yeah,
He's an amazing card in the meta right now. Goblin searches out anything. Lancer unit is discard, which pairs up with Go-Go nicely. Biblos is Biblos. Hades is Hades. Luminous Puma is value. But yeah, this one's just a little bit more narrowed down. I also threw in a single Beastmaster because I realized that I never read this card, and it works pretty well in here.
yeah. Beastmaster's decent.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to make a build really quick that I think fits with the theme a little bit better, or is a bit more narrowed down. I had to cut like Lady Lilith and Lena, but so if he's like married to those, he has our lists. But if he wants to
Right.
just go straight Ice Earth, I think this is the
Gotcha.
way to go.
Cool. So we have to decide now what we want to go for. Um, because we have quite a few other decks still sitting in the works. Um,
We should do. I talked to Nick yesterday. We should probably do one of Nick's decks. I'm just trying to remember what he submitted.
let's see who submitted what
I
here. I
I,
put the list.
I,
Yeah, so this one's
I
Nick.
believe he submitted a mono fire list. Yes, that's it.
There's 2 that Nick submitted. Wait. Yeah, these 2. So I've played against a version of this deck, the other version of it. The
Mhm.
fire one. Which
Yeah.
deck of Nyx do you want to go over first,
Let's talk
or
about the
either
fire
or?
one because I actually played against it IRL yesterday.
Okay.
Um, oh, do you mind shooting it over to me?
Oh, it's in the Discord.
Okay. And I told him like I had some thoughts on it and kind of ways to narrow it down. And I was gonna, I'll
It's one of
I
the
already have,
earlier ones he submitted.
yeah, I found it.
Okay.
But I have a lot of feelings about it. Open in deck editor. Cool. So he was going for like a self-damage fire. It looks like he made some changes to it. Because I was talking to him about that Ifrit yesterday,
Oh yeah.
but
Maybe I'll continue. So, overall thoughts on this one, Ty?
um, it's a little unfocused because it's trying to deal damage to itself, but it only has so much to deal with it, and also the EX burst count is extremely low.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. Yeah.
So I think my main focus with this deck right off the bat is to just up the amount of EX bursts.
Where is? Oh, here we go. EX. Hmm.
I noticed that there's been a distinct lack of EX burst backups in fire lately.
Yeah, I think they had a lot.
Like we got
Uh.
Elvis, and that's like it.
Mhm. What are your thoughts on Lil Moody over Mutski?
Um, I'm fine with keeping Moody at 1, but I actually put in Saz because despite the
Search.
fact that they do basically the same thing,
Yeah.
Saz is an EX. Um, I'm just not sure what the ratio I'd have with them at because I'm at Moody at 1, Saz at 3. I also put in 5-drop Bahamut. One second.
Yep. Hmm.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. So I cut the guts go
Yeah.
because I don't think your opponent's gonna let it live too long. And unlike Cloud of Darkness, it's not one of those things that gains immediate value from being on the field longer. Um,
Y-
like you get the value later, sure. It's a delayed gratification kind of thing. Um, but this deck is very vulnerable to board wipes
mhm.
because you
Well,
have
yeah,
Rami
it's
and yeah. So like if you build too wide a board, you just kind of you can get board wiped and then you just die.
mhm.
So that has me hesitant about that. Um, Morrow is interesting. I've had some problems dealing with this card before, so I kind of think it's okay to stick. Um,
Really.
Sabin, I would put it 2.
Yeah, Sabin could probably go down to 2. I have him at 3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I also cut Dottaluma down to 1. He has like he's just overstated, and the damage 3 effect really doesn't matter.
I would
Like
I would kind of disagree. There's
2-drop
some
Brave can't
stuff
become
that can
dull.
dull things, but
See, if he pushed himself to like 10k maybe, but he doesn't. Like he's
yeah,
just like the thing is compare him to damage 3 Rube.
yeah,
Like Rubicant's also 8k and then does something on exit. Like that's really good compared
yep,
to I have Brave.
yeah, fair.
Which is also why I'm uh bumping Rube up to 3. Oh, what's the damage 3 monster from this set?
Mom Bomb? No, Mom Bomb was last set.
Oh, it's Jin.
Jin, right?
Mm, I don't know how good. Fire forward deals damage. Ooh, actually, boom. Okay, I have one interesting choice in this deck at least. But I think mine's kind of done. I just kind of switched it to focus more on EX bursts, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I added in a couple cards that I'd have like a cool one of.
Yeah,
Um, like there's good fire cards out. The problem is the fire cards out there have really variable like ideas and focus.
yeah,
So you got to pick one, and self damage is a really difficult one to work with.
it is. It is because in a way you kind of want the opponent to damage you. You don't want to like accelerate yourself to death.
Yeah, basically you want to drive 100 miles an hour into a wall.
Yeah, you want to punish the opponent for playing aggressive. You want to punish the opponent for being ahead. Like you don't, and you have EXs to help kind of mitigate some of the loss in the meantime. Because the thing is, when you're taking damage, like you got to get some sort of value.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I'm one card over. Okay. I think mine is done.
Did you keep the ace in the back row?
No,
I didn't think so. Me either. I didn't want to, so I'm not going to. Is the point?
yeah, because the big thing is he's not EX. The
Yeah.
10K is nice, but it's kind of outclassed now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would rather play Zond. I'd rather have a Kucha spell out.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd rather play Blaze. Ooh, I'm wondering if it's worth it to run a Fusoya in here.
I thought about that too.
I'm gonna put him as a one of. Oh, we forgot about fuck, what's that Opus 5 card? She gets Brave and something?
A fire card?
Yeah. She's a category 11 card. Oh, there she is.
Oh, you mean
Yami. Brave,
Ayame,
you receive
maybe?
5. Oh no,
Maybe.
she's old. She's too old.
Yeah,
See, the thing is, I'd rather run an Ayami than a Dodaluma. At
I
least I think so.
maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the self damage on Dottaluma gives you your your gets you a little closer to your goal, and he's a strong early game play.
Yeah, but also consider the
So
fact that it's not optional.
yeah, that's the tough part.
Ooh, we forgot about Luso.
Oh yeah. Oh, Luso. You're right. Luso isn't in here. Um.
I think you probably run Luso at like 1 or 2. I'm not crazy about him, but
Um. What else was I gonna put in here? Hold on. Damn, it's a fire forward. Let me think for a sec.
actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm saying fuck it. Let's cut Dodaluma.
Where are you? There's a card I'm thinking of. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I know you exist. Hmm. Oh, it's not a forward that I'm thinking of. It's a backup.
Ooh, do you run X Star?
I still don't think there's enough EXs to repeat.
Yeah,
I mean, I have 14 EXs, and I'm
I'm up
saying
to
that.
20, which is why I say that.
Damn it, Fire, why do you have so many good cards?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't think you run Luso. I think you run X Star.
Really?
Yeah, because Luso has the possibility of hitting a summon, and that just doesn't do anything. So it's
True.
like it's nice when you're damage 6, like Luso is almost a win con there. But the thing is, even in damage 6, you're hitting Cloud or you're hitting Susano. Like Cloud is good, ETB kill something basically, but I think you're more worried. You'd rather hit like a Braskas.
Sure.
You'd rather hit something bigger. But a lot of this deck is like 4
Also,
drop.
Axstar can search Rain if you want to run Rain.
Yes.
And I do actually like the Fire Rain.
Trying to
Um,
think.
Fire Rain? It's raining fire? Oh, shit.
I could have swore there was another FFBE you're running, but I don't think so. Actually, yeah, the rain is probably worth running in here too. Did you put an Ifrit, by the way?
The Primal?
The primal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might cut Morrow down to 1.
Yeah.
Because, like, the odds of. Like, this card has really put me on the back foot when I played
Mhm.
against this deck before. But the
Yeah.
problem is there were. I like, wasn't drawing good forwards to play, so I was kind of limited on what I was doing.
Yeah. The other
Um,
thing about Maro is he's just 6k. So like I think you literally just block the party attack.
well, you block the party attack, and or you just take the damage. But like, here's the thing: if it swings to an empty board, you might as well just swing without the party attack.
Yeah.
So I put Morrow at 1, and then I think Illo can go down to 2, and then I think I'm done with mine.
I think I'm about done with mine too.
I threw in a spicy old tech that you'll chuckle about. That
Oh boy.
I'm. It's interesting. All I'm gonna say is it fits into our original fire damage control deck from Opus 7.
Oh boy.
Remember that one, Ty? Remember that? Remember that deck
Oh,
brewed
how could I
together?
forget? I hard ran that deck for ages.
I know, and I loved it.
That was like probably that was one of the most fun decks I ever made.
Hmm.
I love that deck. I still think about it fondly. I don't have it. I think I have it like partially built somewhere, but
Okay, I submitted.
all right, I'll be ready in a minute.
Okay. Well, hello, random person. Welcome to chat. Well, first time viewer. Well, thanks for coming by. I'm just waiting on Ty to wrap up his version of this deck. And then we'll
Yeah.
discuss our differences, discuss exactly what we did here a little
Oh, I
bit
have to change
further.
the name of it.
You always forget to change the name, Ty.
Fifth Tiber. Okay. Update. All right, it's there. Ooh,
You really need to stick to a. You gotta stick to a
hush you.
naming convention for your parentheses too, because you seem to be back and forth between two ideas.
Yeah.
Okay,
Crush you.
so let's go over yours first. Well, thanks for stopping by, random person. Always glad to have more people here. You know, getting their
Oh,
input is just as
that's
good as
interesting.
giving them
Ah,
input from us.
yeah.
So, all right, Ty, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Uh, just telling random person really quick, like, yeah, we do this every couple months where we just kind of have a stream where we just sit down and talk about decks. Feel free to submit any of them over on our Discord, and we also take them from the Facebook comments. So my build of it, it's just a little bit more honed in, I guess. So I wanted to add a lot more EX bursts because I still like the self damage. Like Sabin's cool, Zen's cool, Fusoya, and then I threw in Fusoya because I like Fusoya. But I think what the deck really needed was just A, more hard removal, and B, more cards that like really cash in on damage outside of just having like a damage effect. So that's why I threw in like X-Star, who could repeat EX bursts, opposed to like X-Star hit Bahamut is really nice. X-Star hit Brynhilder, draw a card. Like there's X-Star has so many good targets on EX. I kept in the Garlands because Garland is Garland. Garland
It's
is
a
a good
good
card.
card.
Though I just realized I don't have too many backups that can like crack themselves. Oh well. And then there's also Cloud. Uh, I'm not too sure about having him at 3. Like
I didn't put him at 3.
because he's good. I might put Rubicon up to 3 instead, but he's good. And when you're at damage 4 or 5, like the fact that he just deals 8k on enter is nice. Uh, and then of course the last effect is just handy if you need it. Um, I put in Ifrit because you're dealing a lot of damage in this deck, and to just do 1k more is nice. Then Susano just for a board wipe. Um, the summons are just really good summons. Outside of Amaterasu, I wanted them all to be EX burst. You have Ifrit to kill stuff, Brynhilder to kill stuff and draw a card, and then Bahamut to Bahamut. And then my weird tech choice is Crimson Hound. So when it enters the field, choose one forward, deal 8k. So that's boosted by Ifrit. However, something else to consider. Um, if you break Crimson Hound for his second effect, you can set up EX bursts. So if the opponent's like swinging in, you crack Crimson Hound, and you have like Amaterasu Bahamut, you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like I know they're attacking with 2. I'm going to put Bahamut on top, then kill the other one before they could attack with it. So like Crimson Hound is mainly just to set up your EX plays. You could even probably bump it up to like 2 or 3 if you really wanted to. It's not like super duper important, but
I
yeah.
like that.
Uh, yeah. And then backup lineups, I added a Lucretius. Lucretius is just a good card. Leads to a lot of shenanigans with Susano as well. Just if when you have that one thing that you just can't get rid of. There is Kucha Spell just to counter opposite Garlands and stuff. Zand to be Zand. Almulja because he untaps on Ifrit and Susano. Fusoya. He's Fusoya. Fusoya's a little bit older now, but seeing as we're seeing like kind of a rise of a lot of like good 2-drops that are like in Fusoya-ing range, I think he's gonna see a bit more play. Or
I
at
mean,
least I think he can see a bit more
Fusoya
play.
Kucha spell. That's a good combo.
Yeah. So like yeah, because like against like twins or something. Like the thing is if you put out Fusoya and then you don't mind taking the damage, you'd rather just kill a twin.
Yeah.
Or you'd kill Rydia. Or like there's so many. Oh wait, no, I don't think Fusoya can target Rydia, but the Fusoya had like can kill a lot of stuff in the mono ice matchup. You get an insta kill on 2-drop less well. You get to kill Agrias if she pre power boost. And then even if Charlotte kind of draws Fusoya's ire, if they're not damage 3, you get to get a kill on a Charlotte. Like Fusoya is, I think, pretty decent in the current meta.
I don't
So yeah,
disagree. I think it's fine.
yeah. Keeping one Moody because he's just a fire searcher. I put 3 Saws because you mainly just to hit his EX. Um, like just hitting an EX on Saz and be able to search out your Brynhilde or to be able to search out your Amaterasu and immediately have an answer is so nice. Um, Blaze is Blaze, and then Samurai revives most of the deck.
Not only does it revive most of the deck, but if Garland is out, you get a free draw off of it. So
Exactly.
you
And
actually
like
just break even.
yeah, like the Samurai like little extra ping would be cool, but I don't super care about it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Yep. I like it. It's solid.
All right,
I went with a
let's
little
take a
bit
peek at yours.
of a different twist. I might still cut the Meath. Might still
Mhm.
cut Donnaluma. Um, I hesitate to keep Ayame in there, but like, it's there.
You could probably cut it.
Yeah. Same with the Morrow. I kept it at one of only because I've
Mhm.
seen what this can do to certain decks.
Yeah,
Um, but I kept this one kind of thin in terms of ratios. Because it keeps you flexible, in my opinion.
yeah.
So Illua, aggro, Donnaluma gives you a little self damage, and
Mhm.
he's good early game,
Yeah.
pitch late
Also,
game.
really quick, a random person has a really good point. Kuchas will take it a lot better after Moors or Soiree.
Yeah, yep.
That is, yeah.
That's why I kept it at one. It's like it's good against a couple decks for sure, but more often than not, you don't really need to worry too much about it. So like,
Mhm.
it's there.
Worst
Um,
case scenario, he's a 2-drop backup.
yeah. Um, so Sabin is good. It's fine. Morrow exists. Terra gets a lot of your summons back.
Mhm.
Lonnie probably don't need it, but like it's a goofy card. It can be cut. Um, Honestly, could be cut for another Axstar probably. Um, and then kept Garland for the same reasons as Utai, but then I threw Inject.
Yeah, that was the card. I
That was
saw you
my
put him in.
throwback card. Because you can burn your opponent.
Mhm.
So you burn yourself to two, and then like you can burn yourself to two first turn, and
Yeah.
then drop this down, and then you burn for a third. So then your opponent's at damage 3 on turn 1 if you want to do that, which that can
Mhm.
be risky one way or the other. But if you want to, you can.
Wait,
The
I'm
cloud
sorry. What
thing.
was it? What was the play to get
So
turn?
you could, so you can pitch. So put Dottaluma down, burn yourself
Yeah.
one, and then where was? Oh, you know what? I am dumb. I forgot to put in the other. I was thinking of something else to put you at 2 damage, and then you know.
Yeah, I was having trouble like putting that together. I was like, wait a
Oh,
second.
you know what? Yeah, that's. I misread. This is not as good as I recall. I'll
Yeah,
cut
that's
that
why I
one.
didn't put him in. I saw you putting him in on the stream, and
Eh,
I like took an extra peek at him. I'm like, oh yeah, he's not.
yeah, we're just gonna
Yeah.
not. I think I'm gonna cut Lonnie also. Drop an Axe Star in there, and then I think I'll probably cut the Meath, and then I put Lebro in because
Mhm.
buffing your stuff isn't really a bad thing. I'll
Not terrible.
probably put Saz up to 2. Should be
Yeah.
fine, and then put Bahamut up there.
'Cause I just noticed that your EX burst uh is a little low at 14.
It is a little low. Well, it's a little higher now.
Yeah.
Um, but while we're here, anyway, so yeah, I threw in Ifrit Primal because primals are good. And then the buff on damage is pretty good too. I
Mhm.
put in Rain because Rain does work, and he's searchable with Axstar,
Yeah.
and it's fire. Susano because dub board wipes, and then I kept the Zandy because you can get value off of it. There's a lot of good stuff here.
You can.
That's why it's at
You
1.
my only issue is he costs 8. Like
Yeah.
to quote I believe it was Okimoto or Rice, if that costs 9, it better win me the game. I think Zan's kind of in that level of like, if I play Zan, I should win the game. because I can imagine like Zand get Iluwamaro, you get 2 attackers,
Yeah.
but like it's just the fact that you have to pay 8 for that. It loses to Amaterasu. Like
I mean, you
it's
still get Zandy on the field there.
yeah.
And does the other thing too is that Ami only cancels one of these ETBs, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you're a damage 5, you get well, the thing is they're gonna cancel the 1 and 3.
probably,
Like,
yeah. So, but then you'd still get the Rubicon, or
mm,
if you wanted Dataluma. Um, it's an option. I like having the option there. Like if your opponent only has one card in hand,
yeah.
then whatever. You don't worry too much about Ami
Yeah,
and
he's just
all that.
it's just the fact that you have to dump so many resources into him.
No, I know. I mean, I've seen it in a lot of
Is
successful
yeah.
fire decks though, so I'm willing to put it. I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Mhm.
But then yeah, back row is pretty much similar. I cut the Yotsuyu for Geomancer because does the same thing but better.
Yeah.
So, like Yotsuyu is just objectively a worse version.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, the only problem is that Illu is the only one drop worth running. Like Fire has no other one drops that you'd ever run. It's better in and that's the problem is you have to select Fire, so you can't even put it in other decks. Mix it with stuff. It has to be Fire. But again, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. You're running
Yeah.
so many forwards in this deck, like you're fine, I think.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah. There's
Worst
just
case,
also
cut
just
it
like a
for a
lot of
rain.
one-ofs in this deck.
Yeah, like I only have a couple. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 singletons here. 8. Everything else is fine. Um, People won't let Illua sit on board, but
Yeah.
if you get even one damage in with her, she's so cheap that breaks it even. So yeah, this Bahamut though, actually rereading it, yeah, we're gonna do that. And I think that's about done for me. So the
Yep.
Ayami, you brought up a good point with Ayami that it doesn't force the damage on you,
Mm.
so it's a more comfortable Dataluma late game.
Yeah, but I also
Um,
just don't think a better Totaluma is still a very good card.
yeah, Dataluma's, I think it's okay.
Eh.
So we'll update that, call that one done for me, and cool. I think we can move on to the next deck that we select.
Alright, I say we do one more to wrap
So
it
you
up.
do one more. We got to pick from all these guys
Yes.
because this person actually just has the starter deck to edit. So that one we can do like off screen. That can be
Yeah.
like talk to the Discord about that one.
Yeah.
Um, and then here we have another one from Nick. This one is from Thomas. Thomas, more monsters. This one was Juan, and then this one was this was Ryan and Dan Walters. This is what Ryan played on Monday with some updates. Do you want to play with this one?
Yeah, we could do that one, and then I might hang out in the Discord and work on Juan's deck.
Cool. Yeah. So my first suggestion is Ditch Justinian.
Uh, one sec. Did you send it to me?
It's in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these everything else left is from Discord except for the starter deck one, which is Facebook. But
Yep.
we'll get there when we get there.
This is Water Lightning Knights.
Yes. No, Water Lightning Monster Pressure.
Oh, okay. Water Lightning Monster Pressure.
With the potential for an OTK, as we were discussing the other day. And yeah, Walters, you're right. In that like there's not really good value for removing that Illua. Cancel that. There we
Oh,
go.
okay. So I saw this deck in action. Hmm. Let's see. I have mixed feelings about this only because so it's supposed to play like kind of mid-rangey, right?
It's one of those. So the way it looked like to me was it holds out until it builds a lot of monsters really quick, and then the idea is basically to get Kefka out, animate your monsters, swing in, and then break them using their abilities for the Ravana effect for Ravana to swing in a bunch too.
Uh,
The downside is Ravana does not have haste.
yeah,
So Ravana has to basically survive a turn um, until it can get haste or until it can swing. That's why there's three
yeah,
though, which is fine. Um, but yeah, the Urianger has to be in here. That's a very good point. Um, 2 drop actually. I wouldn't. Well, actually, 3 drop wouldn't be the worst. Yeah, actually, that's a better one. That is a better
hmm.
one.
Let me look at our options because I do admit I'm not overly crazy about this. But only because like it feels very unfocused.
It's more focused
Only
than it seems like.
yeah. It just feels like kind of a pipe dream, especially to be focusing your deck around it.
It
Because like
is.
Ravana's a cool card, but a good card, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think it's an amazing card. I think it's a fine card in this instance. I think this is one of the few instances where it is worth it to run this
Yeah.
card.
And to just Kefka, like I could see this as like a Ravana combo deck where you're
Yeah.
running a lot of like self-breaking monsters. But the thing is, they're also running a lot of monsters that have like really weird break effects. Like Electric Jellyfish and Curl are really good because obviously you just break, um, and then you just give Ravana First Strike and Brave, or you break Electric Jellyfish and do something. But and then Whale Zombie's good. Same with X-Ray, but I think Tonberry's Skeleton, and Tonberry are kind of out of place in this deck.
I agree.
So,
Just not
like,
strong enough.
I'd rather run something like Adamantoise from Opus 4, the 1 drop, reduce 3k
Let's
damage,
just do
and
this.
then
I'm
draw
just
a
gonna
card.
pop up all lightning water monsters.
Shit. Ignore that. Um,
Blue Worm, Ravana works with Ishtola, new Ishtola. I haven't. Let me double check that one in a sec. Um, yeah, the problem with oh, okay. Yeah, the problem with the blue worm is that it waits till end of turn to break itself. So I do like the Kanakamui though. That sounds like a good option. Um,
yeah. Because, like, I think if you want to set up like a Ravana kill, you want stuff that can kill itself for value,
yeah.
or to just get like blockers out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you would want a card like Larva, or like what's this other one? Or Tros.
Yeah.
Or no, not Tros, Sahagin.
Yep. The scry. Blue worm draws. So you said we want to get draw's not bad. Like I'm not gonna say blue worm is a bad card. I think if we're gonna go for both the value of play it and then break it for its value, because you want both. Um, so like that's important. I think. Um, yeah, Tros with Urianger though, that could be nasty. Thomas is 100% right there. Question is fitting it in. um, the other thing I don't like is this Rama. Like you can give a forward haste for 3, and then dull something on the opponent's side maybe. But like I'd kind of rather just electric jellyfish.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna cut that Rama for another electric jellyfish and another curl. Um, or even drop one of the curl for a Kanakamui. Um, Two drop Goblin. Yeah, I mean, if you get the free monster plays, problem is you have to rely on free monster plays. Um,
Ooh, Sarah only has one target. I don't know how oh, she has two targets. I don't know how I feel about that.
what
Wait, does she
are
only
those
have? No,
targets?
she only has one target. She can't target Quancho Queen.
Yeah, it's what's the target is who?
It's Princess Sarah.
Oh, right. Yeah, you really don't care too much about that. Like color fixing is whatever. Um I even say like ditch I say ditch Sarah and Princess Sarah entirely.
Yeah, you are only in a two color deck.
Yeah. Wait, Goblin doesn't require anything to break stuff on hit though, not on demand. Yeah.
But doesn't Goblin have to hit first?
Yeah, I'd also I don't know how useful the Minwoo is either. Like it helps Lon and Rain a decent bit. It can help. Huh. Well, actually, I do kind of want the zapped. Um, because zapped is a monster in all situations. So that's kind of nice. Is there a water version?
No.
I didn't think so. Situations? Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's just the zap. Maybe. I do like the Urianger. That's a good one. I struggle with backups though. Like, I almost backups. Okay. So, here we go. Kyrie is a good one. That's definitely something we want around. Um, Maybe the uke would be good. Um, where are you at here? Here we go.
I think it's like worth it to check out the Kafka. I see what he's going for,
Mm-hmm.
but I just don't think Kafka's a good card.
So here's
I
the
think
thing.
you're
I suggested the Kafka. That one was me.
oh, because it's
Um,
just like
yeah.
oh,
So the Kafka is exclusively so you can basically swing with the monsters and then crack them. Um, and then you go in with Ravana every time. So it's like swing with Ravana, swing monster, crack monster, swing Ravana, crack monster, or swing like you can alternate what you swing with.
yeah,
Um, so it's one of those like kinda maybe cards. um,
yeah. I don't know. Like I feel like if anything, I don't know. It's just the whole setup takes a lot of time. Is
it
my
does.
issue
Well,
with it?
here's the thing: the monsters spewed out fast. I played against this deck like 3 times in a row.
Yeah,
Those monsters, like always, he had 3. Like he never had less than 3 on turn 2.
yeah.
So like the value potential is there. Um, where is where is hmm, yeah, Realm helps the setup immensely. Indeed, Realm is good. Um, okay, never mind. We're just gonna scrap those. I'm gonna search for Thordan. Drop one of you in here. The minimum we drop to 1. Kyrie is fine at 1. I think I'm gonna scrap the Ton Betty, and I'm
Yeah, I'm not
going
crazy about it.
to put in the other Ton Betty that searches the Mira instead, because it's also an EX, which is good. Gladiator, maybe? Yes, Gladiator, absolutely. We were getting there. Gladiator is especially useful. Um, well, actually, only kind of. He was getting consistent backup ramp, just felt like he was too far behind his backups. Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. Um, Fisherman is the card you're thinking of.
Fisher. Yeah.
Fisher. Yeah, Fisher. There it is. I was like, Gladiator, wait a second, standard units. Hold on. Yeah, so play a monster. Yeah. So we have that. Uke we don't need. Kyrie we don't really need. Summoner's fine for the Bahamut Zero if you want to board wipe, basically. Because that is kind of your board wipe. Could probably ditch the Nath. And then we have the Ton Betty for the 1 search. And then we have the Fishers. We can do 2 Fishers. And then you have a lot of monsters to play with. A little bit of removal in the Kanakamui. A little bit in the Electric Jellyfish here. And then you can do a little removal with the larva. Probably ditch the Sahagin for another larva. Yeah. I actually kind of want to build this myself just to goof around because it seems like it has some potential, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized why you're running Rama. I'm dumb.
Why?
Zapped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing is that Zapped is a monster. So, like,
Yeah.
you can just do stuff with that. You can play it for free off of Urianj, whatever. But the Rama is. The problem is
There's no good Rama summons.
there's no good Rama summons anymore.
The most recent Rama summon's the only good one, and he needs you to run a bunch of really bad ones.
Yeah. Cleone is actually a good suggestion here for protection. I do like that one. Seeing as you don't run a lot of summons, your opponents probably do.
Mhm.
So that's not
Cleone, I
bad.
was debating with.
I like it. I like Cleone. If you know your
I just,
opponent's on fire or even is playing fire,
yeah.
you definitely can slow them down with that. I think Whale Zombie is fine at 1 of. Um, so, because Exarray can just draw, and Gas is probably better than Scry in this situation. Lon and Rain are great, and they're fine. Same with Queena. Queena's fine. Um, Definitely good removal on that. And I think everything's okay here.
I'm in a really awkward position where I only have 13 backups.
I have 14.
And I keep cutting things, and I keep still not having enough. Coming up to 15 backups, so I'm 3 cards over.
I actually think Mira can come down to 2. So you have 2 of
Yeah, because
every forward except for Ravana, and then I'll put. I think I'm going to end up putting the Sylph. No, you know what? I'll probably put the Fisher at 3. What's the water? Yeah, the water to lightning balance is good here.
I think I'm done. This deck is just weird.
Oh, right, because multicolor. Monster decks are, in fact, rough. Aldo to find Ravana. Not a bad choice, but there's also Thornton. So, like, Thornton. um, the card you search with, and it searches any card, which is great. So if you already have Ravana, you can search other stuff. Um, yeah, yeah, I think this is okay where it is. Like, there's summons you can add in the deck, maybe like Mind Flayer or Atomos that are decent.
Yeah.
Um, but I think overall this is okay. Um, I think Quacho Queen actually can go down to 1. And
I
I think I'll put the Aldo in place for put the Aldo in the back row because Quattro Queen plays with around Zapped. If you cut Zapped, you're
yeah,
gutted.
'cause I do like the fact that she gets to just add back a monster, especially because most of your monsters are 2 drops. But
Yeah, and it plays Zapped for free, which is nice.
yeah,
But
all right, I submitted mine. It's pretty iffy. I made it more so focused around Ravana because I cut out the Kefka.
gotcha. Cool. Okay. All right, Ty. You want to go first? I go first.
I'll go first.
Okay. We got yours up. Go for it.
All right. Oh, sorry. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. So I also have to click onto my own deck. So I just tried to like narrow it down a little bit more to like Ravana combo instead of, you know, the Kefka OTK. Because I see the value of the OTK, but it has so many moving parts that I don't like it. It requires a lot of setup, it requires a lot of stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um so I kind of cut out the Kefka immediately, and then I've been focusing more on just kind of getting a lot of monsters out for value, and then cracking them for Ravana effect, as well as protecting Ravana with cards like Sylph 14, um, cards like Adamantoise. Um, so basically, Ravana just doesn't take damage.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is it till end of turn? Oh no, it's just the next damage. Okay, but so I tried to just focus most of the deck on like just value off of monsters. You've got Lon and Rain who work off of monsters quite well. Quinoa just becomes a removal piece if you have enough monsters in break. Like Quacho just helps. Like even if you're not getting it back onto the field, just being able to fetch a monster back is nice. And then even like kind of the same thing with Mira. And then obviously Realm you have plenty of targets for. For the summons, Bahamut Zero, if you want to do your whole Ravana thing, you need no up you you don't need active enemies.
Right.
Um you need not
Jellyfish kind of
active
helps with that.
enemies.
Kanakamui helps with that. Larva.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But then you just still have a lot of other stuff. In the case of Adamantoise, Cleo, and Creel, you know, you can set up the Ravana combo pretty easily in this deck, and you're gonna get decent value off of it too.
Yeah.
Um, and then backup lineups, I really wasn't sure what to do with the backup lineups in here because there's not a lot of monster backup support in Lightning. So I focused it mainly on just the water support, Ton Betty Fisher, for example.
Yep.
Thancred just to give Ravana first strike, and then Sylph is Sylph. And then I think the summoner is just a cast of Bahamut Zero. This deck, it's Water has monster support, but lightning does not, so it's a little awkward.
I mean, you have the Lawn and Rain, and they do the monster stuff. Urianger
Yeah,
has, the monster stuff, and I think that's all it needs right now. Because water takes care of all of it, then the lightning just capitalizes.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
why'd
But
you keep
the way that
Princess
I look
Sarah?
at it is, I'm sorry.
Why'd you keep Princess Sarah?
I just kind of kept it. I It was like kind of an oversight, but I was just like, I can't think of a better backup to run instead. Like
I just
it's
keep
either color when you
other.
need it.
I just
You
keep
could
adding
choose
up the stuff I
lightning.
have.
Yeah, you could choose lightning and then buff up Ravana. Like it was just one of those things of like I can't really think of anything better for this
Hmm.
deck. But one sec. I'm googling up all cards that support monsters and lightning. Oh, oh boy. It's literally Lawn and Rain
Yeah.
and like Opus 5 Urianger.
Yep.
Oh my god,
And that's
that's
okay.
sad.
I
It
think that's okay.
is it though? Is it okay?
I mean, okay, so let's say you run any other kind of monsters with lightning.
Yeah,
You there's I mean, lightning isn't designed for monsters. Like
yeah,
it doesn't matter. Lightning's monsters exist in a vacuum.
yeah. Because it's just the fact like water lightning's just not the colors to run for monsters, I think is my ultimate issue. Because like the thing is, if you do like water earth, like earth has tons of monster support. You have access to Earth Mira. You have access to Hades and like tons of good monsters. Hilgigas, for example. And then if you take let's take ice, you have access to Goblin, the Flan engine. Like there's a lot there, but like when you need a full monster deck and one half of the colors doesn't have monster support, it's a little rough.
See, I normally would agree, but I think this is more aggro focused that utilizes monsters as a secondary. Monsters are the fuel for the fire, but lightning starts the fire once the fuel is
Yeah.
all there. So I don't think it needs to worry about that.
I don't know. I just feel like this fire's I feel like this fire's powering a toy train. Like it's just I don't know. I think maybe I have to see this
I
deck in
like the
action.
analogy. I like the metaphor,
Yeah.
but like I at least want to let the deck try. Because I
Yeah.
mean,
Uh,
anything flung fast enough can be deadly.
yeah, Thomas has a good point where he said Thunder Drake is probably good in this meta, and I agree with that.
Thunder Drake
Actually,
could be, yeah.
you probably don't hate running those monsters because they
Yeah.
break themselves at the end of the turn, so they can't help Ravana.
Yeah.
But still, the
Well,
ETBs are good.
actually though,
I mean, they just killed the
you can
twins. They
attack it
killed
four
Rodeo.
times with Ravana, and then it breaks during end step, and you activate Ravana, and you have a blocker next turn.
Yeah,
So it's not the worst. It's not the
that's just a
worst.
big hoop to go
It's
through
just
to
not what I would
reactivate
do.
the single forward.
Yeah. I'd rather
The other,
break something next turn,
yeah,
like on
my
as a combat trick as opposed to something else.
yeah, my
Um,
other issue with Ravana is just he has the damage reduction, but a lot of people are just gonna straight kill him.
I mean that requires you to do 14,000 damage.
No, I well, you don't need 14,000 damage if you Tomos him. Is my point.
Sure, but that's what the Cleone is for.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point.
Or the Scholar, bounce it back to hand.
Yeah.
Like
There
there's
is a decent
protection in
amount of
place here.
protection.
There's layers. Like I
I,
suggested the Scholar.
yeah.
Like that was one of those things that we were sitting at fair game. I was just like, "Hey, Scholar," though. And he's like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah.
Um,
I do feel bad because I feel like I'm poo pooing on the deck a lot, but
hey, poo poo.
poo poo. Yeah.
um,
I had to fit one reference in, but like I see what he's going for. I'm just like it's not so much like the fault of the deck. It's the fact that like lightning just doesn't have monster support. I think it should get monster support. I think every color should get like very individual monster support, but it's just not there yet.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
It just
I mean,
reminds me of building monsters back in like Opus 7 and Opus 8. Like you could, but it just wasn't there.
Monsters is always one of those decks that fluctuates in and out of usefulness.
Mhm.
Like Opus 5, when monsters were still relatively new, they were strong. And then, because like 4 and 5, we had a whole bunch of weird monster stuff. And then, 6, 7, 8 is like, okay, monsters, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
And then Opus, what was it? Opus 10 and 11 and 12, monsters were like, oh, yeah, we kind of have some Mira funkiness. Um, and we go with Realm and whatnot. And then nowadays they're just kind of like meh. But
Yeah.
like I think this deck, if you play it right, has some aggro stuff. Don't at me, Thomas. um, so I think this has. I think it's one of those decks that like if you play it with a deck of its against a deck of its own caliber, it'll be strong.
Mhm. Yeah, but I think that's kind of a backhanded compliment to be like, oh, if you play something on the exact same power level, it's good. It's like, well, yeah,
I
but
mean, okay, so I don't mean it as a backhanded
I,
compliment,
I think
but
you
like
mean more so like in a casual environment,
sure,
it
yeah.
could be good.
Like it's definitely not going to be meta. It's a cool pet deck for
Yeah.
sure. Um Magenta, we might not have time for like chat submissions because we still have not gotten through like half the decks submitted like from like previously, like before we started streaming.
Yeah, and
Um
we've already been at it for like we're coming up on 2.5 hours.
I'm willing to keep going, but I don't know if Ty is.
Nah,
So
I gotta cut it out. Oh, we gotta wake up early. I gotta drive Lex to the airport.
oh, that's right. You're the
Yeah,
oh crap.
she has to be at O'Hare at like 8:30.
Blech. Well, it's not
Yeah,
5 a.m.,
or
but still.
yeah, it's no 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm not my dad where I'm getting us to the airport at 6 a.m. for our 9:30 flight. But is
Oh
it
man.
does everybody's dads do that? Is that just me?
My dad was kind of
I
a show up 5 minutes early kind of guy, if not 10
really,
minutes
yeah.
late. My mom
Because
was the one who was just like, we have to be an hour early to everything.
I remember, small story. We went to the Bahamas, and I remember my dad woke me up at 4 a.m. and I was like disoriented, and we went through airport security and stuff, and we get to the gate and we had like 2 hours to wait. And I was like, Dad, what the fuck? Like nobody was gonna be here. Like nobody's here. Sorry for swearing, but um, oh yeah,
Yeah, no, what's
like
funny is that my dad is he was in the military, everybody, mind you. He spent 24 years on and off reserves in the military. He's been deployed, I forget how many times. Um, but he's not a punctual man without someone yelling at him. So the irony there is delicious, in that my mom always had to yell at my dad to be places on time, or else it wouldn't happen, um, because my dad was never ready on time. Uh, so, you know, it's that's one of those things where I was watched and was just like, huh, go figure. Well, I'm
yeah,
not gonna do that. And then it still happens sometimes, but like
yeah,
not usually it's not my fault, and that makes me
mhm,
feel a little bit better.
yeah,
So but I am going to show my version, which
oh yes,
I kept the Kefka in because I think having so few forwards, less than 20, I think being able to animate those monsters and then pop them for those effects is
mhm,
kind of strong. Um, it's not something you rely on. It's not your backbone,
yeah.
but it's something worth considering. Kefka at 2 might be a mistake, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
he's just clunky at 5. If he
he
costs
is
like
clunky.
3 or maybe even 4, yeah, I think he'd be very playable, but it's just the
Honestly, if
fact
they
that he's
reprinted him at
5.
4, he'd be good. Um, but it also gives him stronger power than the ones who do normally animate on their own, because those usually animate at like 6. So animating at 7 is pretty decent, and you can just search for a monster when he enters, which is nice.
Yeah.
And you can pitch it to play something else like Realm or or ENJ or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, so then Bahamut Zero stayed in, Scholar, Fisher, Thancred, Sylph, they stayed. Kimari for the protection is another layer of just like we gotta keep gotta keep our stuff alive here.
Yeah.
Summoner to free cast Bahamut Zero. Um, so that's one of those things that like I hesitate at having it more than one because how often are you gonna really pop it? But like
Yeah.
consistency, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention Kimari. I just straight up cut him because he's just like you're not running that many super important forwards outside of Ravana.
No, you're really not. So like maybe Kefka could get it.
Yeah,
But it's one of those things where it's just like if I'm gonna keep one or more important forwards, I just want as many layers of protection as possible.
yeah,
So I'm gonna leave that one. Ryan had that in the first place, and I'm gonna leave that.
mhm,
Um, Minwoo I think is fine at one because there's so many other layers of protection for Ravana that Minwoo being a static protection, like if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Whatever. Tonbeti to search Mira is fine, but you're not searching Realm with it, so I think it's worth a one of. Aldo is worth a one of, I think, for Ravana being at three. And then Thornton searches literally anything. So I just threw a Thornton in there because why not?
yeah,
Solid EX card. And then the monsters, we have a lot of the same ones. So the difference being you put in Adamantoise
yeah,
and you also put in a Sahagin, which I did not. I just kept the larva
yeah.
and I kept everything else pretty much the same ratios.
Oh, something I forgot to mention about the reason I put in Adamantoise outside of to protect Ravana. He is a draw
Use
or
gas.
Mira loops with him.
Yes.
Adamantoise, Mira, get an Adamantoise. You basically just get an extra turn for 3 turns, or you get
Yeah.
an extra draw for 3 turns.
Yeah, and Ty is 100% right on that one. So that's a tech choice for sure. A good one at that. Um,
It reminded that's what Fogel used to do back in the day. So that was my little nostalgia
oh,
reference.
good
This
nod.
stream.
Good nod back to him.
Yeah,
But yeah. So, and the other thing is that I also cut Princess Sarah because I don't think she's that necessary, and
she's not.
she's impossible to play if you have Kefka out already.
Yeah,
You have to play her before you have Kefka, and if I'm gonna have Kefka in the deck, then eh. So, um, I decided to forego that one, and it also keeps the balance of water and lightning a little healthier because yours is
yeah,
a little bit more water heavy.
yeah.
Um, so I tried to keep that balanced as much as possible, and I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, look at the deck's non-foil. Like that's a good budget deck here,
Oh yeah,
with the
34.
exception of what? Oh, Lawn and Rain are dirt cheap, so whatever. And then Bahamut Zero is still almost $5. Wow. And then Larva is still not priced out, but I'd imagine that's pretty damn cheap. Um, Everything else, like this is a super good budget. Oh, Kimari doesn't have a price. Oh man. Everything else is like ultra budget. So like this is a cool like sub $40 deck, I think.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a decent budget deck. If
Like I
you
do
just
want
want
to
to fuck
see
around
this
with
function
monsters,
now
it's
that it's
fun.
got updates.
Yeah.
So cool. Actually, Ty, if you want to bounce, I'm willing to stick around and like do more edits.
Yeah,
I
we could
can
do
keep the
that.
stream going if you don't want to stick around. That's totally fine.
Yeah, yeah, because I still have to shower. I have to pack up my computer for a LAN party I'm going to tomorrow.
Oh, hey.
Um, yeah, yeah, feel free to keep it going. I might hop into the chat eventually
Cool.
if I
I
stay
mean, if
up.
I'm still going when you get back,
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
mean, who knows? Maybe I'll still be going at like 10 a.m.
I
You don't
just
know me.
wake
You
up,
can't judge me.
see the
You can't
stream still going. I
you
show
can't
up to the
control me,
LAN
man.
party and you're still streaming.
It's like everybody shows up at the LAN party. Hey guys, 5 minutes. Last deck, last deck. I swear.
Yeah.
Hey Thomas, don't at me.
Thomas just sending
It's
you
a birthday
infinite.
party to my birthday. It's a birthday present to myself.
Yeah.
I have a LAN party every year, actually. I
Yeah.
call it the Eric Landrusco party because my last name, ha ha.
Yeah.
Um,
Fun.
so, um, so yeah, yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Ty, I
All
will
right.
talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Yep. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. I might be in chat again. I'm more than down to um, hang on the Discord. I definitely want to take a look at Juan's deck because I was talking to him about it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, and probably Dick's other deck. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Good night.
cool. Night, Ty. Okay, well, what kind of trouble can we get into now? Mods are gone. Post. I don't know what are we posting here. Um, post some weird stuff. Um, okay, so that one was Juan. That was one that Ty wanted to play around with. So I actually am fine to hear. Hey Thomas, we can chat. Believe this one is also yours. Um, so so what do we got? What do we got here? I see crystal stuff. I see ghost. The choice. Let's see. Oh, we got more submissions here. Okay. Okay. Let's copy that one. We will open this up and come to that in a moment. Thomas did submit earlier. So, like I said before, it was first come, first serve kind of situation. So, I do want to give proper respect to that for the moment, and then we can definitely move on. Okay, so Thomas can be honest. Don't remember what I was doing here aside from Ultros. Okay. Um, so, here's the thing. Ghost sucks. So the problem with Ghost is no ETB. It's a one drop 3K that you can pay extra to get. Like it's negative value on it. Like you actually give up value just to have a body that the opponent can kill with any AoE in the game for the most part. This is a card that I have a disgusting amount of. I hate it. I have a lot. And I understand that I too have a lot of foils of this card that I do not want. I I gave some of the non foils to my cat, to shred, because she my cat understands that cards on the floor can be shredded, cards on tables not to be shredded. She's very good about that, and she also doesn't knock them off the table to get them on the floor, so she has an excuse. She's very good kitty. Um, but yeah, Ghost. We're not Danny Phantom. We are not going Ghost. So that can leave. That being said, um, where are your summons? Where are your summons, champ? Because you need them summons. Ice water summons. Boom. We're gonna look at those. Whoa, easy there. Wanted to try it as a way to easily party with stuff trigger new Celis. New Celis. Hmm. I guess. I guess. I don't know. I don't feel confident in it. It's one of those things that like I kind of want to say prove me wrong because I want to see somebody use Ghost and not like, suck. But at the same time, I have a small level of arrogant confidence that it's not going to happen. Like it is more of a meme than a potential like actually functional thing. Um no, I mean, I'm kind of agreeing with you. So, yeah, gross goes bad, want to make it good. Yeah, no, that's fair. I commend your attempt, but glitter on shit is still it's still shit. Like it still smells, it still stains and ruins things. It's still just a pile, right? Um So again, if you can prove me wrong after we wrap up the stream tonight, if you go to a locals or something, or you go play online and you make Ghost work, um, I don't know, I'll buy you packs and send them to you or something. Like I want to hear about this. I want to see proof. Like I want to know it happened. I want like if you can corroborate with people and get them to co-sign for you, like for sure. But yeah, could be good in title. I don't think 6 has a lot of summons. Yeah, that's a thing too, is that 6 doesn't have summons, but like if you're running water, you have Mind Flayer, which is a nasty card. So like I'd just immediately swap that. Yeah. Um 4-drop Earth Kefka. Yeah. there's a thing, but we have no Earth here, and I'm not about to play as Ty and be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do Earth Ice. Like everything is Earth Ice. Anything with ice. Um, so let's see. So Old Lock is fine. I'm okay with that one. Mog 6, fine. You get the crystal, you get the discard, you get the poo poo effect, which is cool. Or the Moogle effect rather. Gao is interesting for two drop that can become an 8K is fine. Gain a crystal ETB is good for 2 especially. If you hit on EX, that's decent. But I also want to see where the value comes in on those crystals. Because it seems like Shantotto. Yeah. Umaro, maybe. Which is good. So, like, it's literally Shantotto and Umaro. Um, yeah, Kefka's 6. Yeah. Yeah, Kefka is 6. Um, so, yeah, like. Oh, here. Let me, So, Ghost. The thing about. Yeah, you can get stuff off of it, but or you can get it off of stuff. Like, um. Oh, I meant the Mind Flayer being 6. Oh, Mind Flayer's 4. Mind Flayer's 4. So, Lena is also payoff. Where's oh yeah, there is Lena. You're right. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Okay. Um. So yeah. So the crystals are good. Like I'm never gonna say don't run crystals because like they're fine. You got oracles. I would think about knights as well, because knights are a good way of dulling things. And backup knight dulls things at, you break it, dull it, and then play another one, get a crystal. Like that's good stuff. Um, so I would do 2 and 2, just so you can get, a little bit of each. Um, Ondoria is interesting. Thing is, Thought Knight's other ice backups too good to replace. Yeah, like you can slap in like just a couple knights if you reduce the Oracle, and we're at 51 cards. I would actually cut one Ondoria. So this is 2/2/2. Like those are fine for these guys, because like you're not always gonna party attack. You can special the lock, which is cool. New Devout is fine. It's on curve because you pay a crystal instead of 2 CP in terms of the discard stuff. So it's fine. Setzer is good. Corsair is good for gas. I don't know about sacrificing it a lot. Yeah, Thomas, New Devout is markedly reasonable. That is the most apt, appropriate, apropos way of putting it. It is a card, and it's a card that I would play as a one of. But you have so much stuff to play around your 6 synergy here. That like you can just play a bajillion summons. Um, Summons. Because like you have toys, like you have toys here. Like you have the Shiva you can discount for the crystal. Like that's an option here. I'm just gonna slap one of those, and like Zolera got reprinted, so that's cool. That's value to play with, especially because you can dull things off of breaking stuff. Um, so like Corsair can, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can ditch the puss. Um, so there's that. Uh, like the thing with it though is you have 3, 6, 8 Ultros. And that's pretty good. So at most, let's just say that you are playing this Ultros. He attacks and deals 9k because you have 7 in break and then 2k, right? That's best case scenario. So it's good. I think you should have non-damage removal that doesn't. I mean, you obviously have a lot of other things that don't rely on that damage-based removal, right? Um, and then Umaro gets a discount off of Mog 6, which is cool. Strago is a fine card. I like this one. I think it's goofy. I definitely think that's a fun one to run at 1, just to see how it works out, honestly. With adding summons, parts iffy to me is removing stuff since Ultras requires, but yeah, that's the tough part. But don't forget, you can discard them to pay for things. So, like, you can get them, you can play with them, you can move them around. Um, there's a lot of ways to do that. And the gas you've got too. The gas you've got has room to work with that, so I think you're okay. Um, and this Strago is also fine. Um, the less forwards the opponent has, the better, which is super cool for the special. Um, so you can definitely goof around with this Strago. I almost it's tough. I almost want to say play 1 of this one and 2 of this one, but it's a hard call to make because it says EX and it's just yeah. Deck is full of cards that are fine. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad thing because your synergy is here. You can make it work. Um, I've seen worse decks do fine, like do decently. What does this Carbuncle do again? No, never mind. Yeah, so like Zalera's here, Mind Flare. You can do like a Tomos, super cheap. Like that's an option. We're at 53 cards. You feel the quote. Yeah, you can feel the quotes, right? Like they're fine cards, but so what kind of situation? Like you'll make it work. Like it's there. Like it's got the framework is there. The foundation is stable. It's just a matter of going somewhere with it. Like you have 4 wheels and a frame and a steering wheel, and like the only downside is you're working with a 2-stroke engine. so so like it'll get there. It's just you know how long will it take? Strikes me as a high synergy deck, so one of Mind Flayer is even good. Here's the thing: Mind Flayer is a bide your time card. Atomos is a good card too, but the problem is you got to pick one or the other. Um, like Atomos is strong for the crystal, absolutely. Um, Shiva is a good one of those like don't let them get their attacker back up kind of cards. Or you can dull something before it attacks and then kill it with Shiva. Um, and at the end of the day, it costs 2. So like, yeah, if you want to go not necessarily aggro, but yeah, if you want to go the proactive route, then yeah, skip Mind Flayer, play a Tomos, and then yeah, Shiva 2 is fine. Um, like the other side of it is you pick Shiva or Zalera, but like which one do you want? I think your backup line is okay. Like if you had to cut another one, you could cut Andoria. I just don't know how often you'll be party attacking with this deck. Um, Party attacking in general is really, really interesting in the game, especially right now, because there are cards that capitalize on it, right? But how often do you get an opportunity to do it without somebody saying, "Oh, wait, 8K to this," or bounce this back to hand or whatever. Celis combo. Oh, you're right. Well, here's the thing though. It just freezes. It doesn't dull and freeze. So you have to jump ahead and dull something for them, and then you have to party with the Celis. Um so you do it a ton on the right deck, but I think it has to be super focused. Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. That is Again, one of the best ways to put that. So like, um, the thing is, yeah, Celis only picks one of the two actions, and so either recurs a category card back to your hand, or you freeze two things. Two characters being frozen is great though. Problem is only freeze. It's not dull and freeze. Um, like mono water party attacking is dumb, very dumb. Like it was good in Opus 8 and 9 with mono water shenanigans. Took a break for a while and it's kind of back. I've seen some mono water decks that utilize that Larsa. The new Larsa, I mean, that swaps out stuff from your break or from damage rather. So like that's cool. That's goofy. That's like interesting. Um Noctis really did push it over the edge though. And that's one of those things where like Noctis could kind of fit in here. Problem is, what do you take out? You don't. Yeah. And yeah, new Lena is better than old Lena, especially when you have as many crystals as you have, and many ways of getting crystals back. Um, you know, through stuff like you could do new Setzer if you wanted. Um, could do new Setzer. That's a thing. You can play a character for free, which is cool, and you can get value off of that. Backup Setzer makes that hard though, without being able to remove that backup. What the hell are my neighbors doing? What the? I just heard a really weird like trumpet elephant sound from upstairs, and now I'm kind of worried. um, yeah, backup Setzer is better for locks for sure. Um, because like look at the look at both edges of the sword, right? Look at the potential for the free play. Like you have Lena, you have Shantotto, you have Ultros, you have Strago, and you have Umaro. Like these are your optimal hits right here. Starting at this Lena and just literally anything more expensive than that. Um, but the downside is, you know, yeah, you have to wait till something dies to gain the crystal. Um, you have to not have this Setzer on field to play it. You can't play this Setzer if that Setzer is there. Um, and you know, it's funky. It's weird. Only issue with Setzer is how often I hit an octopus with one already on the. Yeah, exactly. That's the tough part. Is it's an illegal play that just wouldn't then happen, or if it does go through and I'm just remembering rules wrong, then you have to break both or whatever, and it's a whole other thing. I'm pretty sure it just doesn't go through because it would be an illegal play. Um, so it's yeah, because you have 9 of them. That's like my Prish power deck that I made back in Opus 7? 7? I think. Yeah, Opus 7. I had almost every Prish in there. And anytime that I would play something for free, like, okay, cool, reveal top 5 or like reveal something from hand, I already have a Prish. Or oops, I already have this. I already have that. Like that's the struggle is you're running so many things with similar names. I mean, crap. Even hitting an Umaro with an Umaro on field, like that's. I mean, the other side of that is you just don't play Setzer if you have Ultros or Umaro or like those already on field, so you can avoid it. But the potential of playing it when you don't have those things, pretty decent. It's fine. It's cool. Um, so it's a consideration, right? Like just think about it. Um, but the EX grab something back is hot. Um, so, and then Devout is cool. I don't know about the new Devout because you have better things to spend your crystals on. Auser is hilarious. Keep that at 1. Do it. Do it. Um, these guys are fine. Gestalten Empire Sid, Search is fine. And then isn't there a new lock that does a thing? There's this guy. Is he any good? Azure is meta. I haven't seen him in many decks, but like I want to see that be meta. Like there's so many 2-drops out there. um Problem is he still costs 4. Um yeah, no, he's not worth it. Like you could goof around with this one and make him free. Yeah, it's anti-meta. Yeah, I mean, same difference, right? Anti-meta is meta because you're playing against what exists as meta. Like there's a fine line there, and I don't really feel like dancing on it, so I'm just gonna stand right on it and be like, "Yep, that's where I'm gonna plant my flag here." Um, Playing this lock just for like shenanigans of, oh, I play this thing, play this thing, play this thing. You have another deck. Oh, okay. Well, don't send that one in because we know how your decks always go. You always send us this weird shit. You and Walters both send us weird shit. Um, I love that. Don't get me wrong, but like we spend so much time on it. The other yeah the multicolor lock is so filthy. Um, Chivalry and Barley. Chivalry. Chivalry. What do you do? Yeah, yeah. And honestly, anything in Barley, pretty gross. Pretty gross. Um, yeah, hand nuke basically. um, so yeah, like so pick Zalera or Shiva. I'm gonna say probably just the Zalera because they're both gonna cost 1 anyway, and you don't have to burn a crystal for the Shiva to get discounted. Um, but yeah, like do this. And then shit, I don't know. Uh, yeah, I guess like slim down the Mog 6. I don't know. Um, I think this is fine. Like, there's not a lot of tweaks I'd make to this because it's fine on its own. Like, you have a clear goal in mind, so I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna play with it. I see where you like. I see where you're coming from. I see your goal. I see your path to that goal. I see the vehicle by which you want to ride that path and get to that goal. Um, like, but yeah, you just it's like, okay, cool. I spent all this money on this fancy car. Oh wait, I need to fill the tank. I need insurance. I need a license plate. I well, I guess I don't need to eat this week. Like, like there's that. It's that kind of struggle. It's a weird dilemma to have. Um, but again, like I want to see this perform. Like this is one of those things where it's like I see it, I want it to work. There's just not a lot I can suggest without breaking it. Because at some point, then it just becomes the Homer mobile from The Simpsons, where he just designs like the worst car ever because what he thinks the everyman wants, and like turns out it's just way too many features, and turns out nobody wants it because there's too many features. It's like do one thing really well, so yeah, like that's the thing I like about my local meta is that it's we fluctuate. Like it's like okay, cool. Do we want to play hard meta or do we want to play casual? Like we play a little of both. But also we haven't had since I moved out of the city. We haven't had like a proper tournament outside of the like in my area. It's all just been a lot of casuals. But we've been practicing for bigger tournaments. So like a little of both. Um, but this is one of those things that like if we host an online tournament, hell yeah, play this in our Discord or something because like this would be hilarious to play or even cast. I'm sure. Um, so I'm like, once the shop near me gets ready for that, we can do it. And have like tournaments and stuff. Um, because they're working on getting promos and like reunion kits and stuff. And there's another shop that I keep forgetting to contact this other shop. There's another shop around that I keep forgetting to message and be like, "Hey, I heard you want to host Final Fantasy." So yeah, Untap is pretty good. So is Octagon for playing online. FF Dex player is like serviceable, if nothing else. Like, it's good for testing a deck once or twice, but then it bogs down pretty bad. They're still sorting it out. Um, but you know, you do you, right? Worst case, you webcam it. They do really need an actual client for a lot of things, or for the game. Yeah. Um, I don't. I mean, I know. Yeah, I know. FFdex is still optimizing and working on it. Like, they have a lot on their plate. But Square Enix and Hobby Japan need to just effing drop an actual online client, because product availability is still wonky in certain areas, and like people just can't always play in person right now. So, damn. um. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call this one fine. Um, I don't know what to change the name to though, because we cut the ghost. So suggestions, chat. Minus ghost plus summons. Good fixin'. Ultros beatdown. I don't know, maybe. 8 octopi walk into a bar. It's 9 though. It's 9 octopi walk into a bar. Apparently the proper grammar is also being changed to octopuses, like cactuses, like changing the pie thing at the end. Apparently that's going away now, and like I don't know, man. Language is fluid. I mean, this isn't mono ice though. Is the thing is it's ice water, so like you have a little bit of flexibility. 3-2-3. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, I'm thinking the 9 because the 9k damage. Yeah, shut up. I don't do math at me. Don't do math at me, you jerk. Take offense to that. Thought we were friends. Thought we were cool. Thought we were chill. Um, cool. So yes, average. Here's the other thing too. Your curve is under 3. That's cool. That's good. I like having those. Those are nice. Um, so yeah, we'll call this one done for now, and I eagerly await your report back for this one. And I want to hear what you play against too, because this one can be goofy. We'd be cooler if I stopped submitting weird decks. No, I mean, here's the thing: keeps us on our toes. We've given you this spiel a billion times. Like, it's fine. Um, so yeah, you know what? Let's poke at this one because Ty wanted to cover Nick's and Juan's. So I'll do those separate, but then like we'll let Ty also do those in Discord when he gets to them. Um, so I think Magenta, was this one you? Um, Helena in Discord, was that you? Just want to double check before I start addressing the right or wrong person. Okay. Do you want to be what name do you want to go by? Random person in on you or sorry, Magenta. Wait, okay, hold on. Above is yours, Magenta. Hold on, which this one. Where did hold on. Who submitted where? So Fix It Friday submissions. I see. Wait, where what? Um. Okay, so random person. Yeah, okay. So this one from Discord. This is you, right? Yeah. Okay. So that okay. Let's just do that. And then yeah, magenta. It probably. Oh, you know what? Yours probably didn't post in YouTube chat. Because YouTube doesn't allow links except for moderators. So if you want to send that in our Discord, I can send the Discord. I can send another Discord invite and let you come in there and drop that in the Fix It Friday. Yeah, I saw that in the chat. Earlier we had an issue with the Discord invite being all funky and stuff. So I just generated new ones. So drop that in there. Okay. All right. So that was yeah. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, Thomas Earthwind is really interesting right now. I've seen some really cool crystal stuff happening with Earthwind. Um, Hers wants to be the Sybil, but Althea's very good. Yeah. Both. You can do both. Um, so I am going direct. Well, you know what? First, let's look at the forward lineup. So let's see here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So we have yours as well. I'll copy that, paste, and then I will start. Ooh, monks. Okay. Ah, ah, pop. Just so I have reference there. Okay. So, both fairly intensive. Can you afford to do both crystal generators though? Well, it's weird. So like okay. So here let's take a look at Helena's deck. First things first, cut the earth. And that came out sounding my voice, my tone of voice was very like stern with that one. I didn't mean that like that, but this Aerith is just so fragile and slow. Um, it's just I I don't like it. It's not a legend card. It does not deserve. Keep in mind, I love the character Aerith. She's awesome. She's great. Love her, but she's she's so slow and fragile. Like Sephiroth had the right idea. It sounds brutal, but like that card is just a massive ball and chain on your forward lineup. I don't think there's any situations where you want to play it is the problem. Like everything else here gives you so much more value. Um, Playing with it against Soiree, did it actually do something against Soiree? Like who like I need context then. Because I don't want to just like blanket say don't do this and then you be like, but wait, I have a reason, and then I don't listen to the reason. Like I want to hear you out. So if you could provide a little bit of context on that one. Paying 2 for a 2K Anthem seems so. Eh. No attack or waste resource. Like, yeah, Fenrir needs to be here. Because you get the Cryle, you get the Kane. Well, actually, hold on. It's only Earth forward, right? Yeah, it's Earth forward. So Fenrir only plays Cryle, which kind of sucks. So like Kane can get to 10k, which is cool with the Aerith. I'm not. Yeah, that's okay, but Kane is easily replaceable. Um, so there's that. Um, yeah, Cryle or right, or Aerith, but like 5 for that. I still feel like there's better forwards to have. Is my issue. Um, the Anthem is cool, but like Anthems aren't the end all be all. There's a lot of non-number ways to break things. Um, but like the other thing is there's other ways to give 2K anthems that don't have to wait for counters. You can have summons that do that. So let's look at Earth summons real quick. Earth summons, go. So you have removal in this Titan or give something 10k. Like that's just overkill, right? You have Carbuncle. Like that's just 2k for 1 and an EX, right? And you draw a card if you have all Earth backups. Alexander does not do that. I think it was the Exodus that does that and Titan. Yeah. So this one gives 3k and Brave for 1 forward, or at damage 5, I think it yeah, at damage 5 you get all of them. So like there's that. Titan also gives 1k to all your forwards. So I mean, sure, Carbuncle's only once, but how often do you need that permanent 10k? Um I'm stuck on the fact that it feels like there's again better forwards you'd rather have. Like Ishtola, Robble, Bismarck I'm actually iffy on here because you only have so many wind. I mean, you have a pretty good amount of wind forwards. But like you'd rather be attacking with those wind forwards. So Charlotta, I think, could like go down to 2. Not so sold on having her at a high number, like a full 3. Sure, Shantotto I do like for the board wipe, the soft board wipe, right? Let me take a little look at Aerith. She's not a summon. So Aerith, all your forwards gain 2k. Sure. So she becomes 7k. Fine. Yeah, yeah. Bismarck is a good tycoon target. Aerith from field break zone. You can remove Aerith from the game. Use how place 3 counters on her. Yeah. Everyone raise counter Aerith. Yeah, downside with Aerith also, though, for those re-raise counters is you have to wait to get her back. So... The other thing, too, is that if you play another Aerith onto the field and those re-raise counters are burned, you have to play the other Aerith back. And then that causes conflicts. So then they just get permanently RFG'd. So like the 2k anthem on her is useless because she becomes a 7k, which is still under threat level. Like she's still at threat level. It helps more for Kayn, Ishtola, Prish, and like all these other guys. Yeah, I guess. But like again, you have to wait 3 turns and you can't accelerate it. it seems clunky. It's just one of those things where, like, if we have room at the end, I'm okay putting it back in, but I feel like the priorities shouldn't be her. She shouldn't be anywhere on the priority list. She's kind of like an auxiliary thing. Um, so she doesn't buff herself. So just buff the team. Yeah, waiting for is better than just dying. Well, here's the thing: if it just dies, um, you know, yeah, you can't. Okay, yeah, you can put it in the break zone and then recur with Fenrir. That's a thing. But then Fenrir's really expensive way of doing that. I'd rather just get Cryo, to be honest. Because then you can just do summon BS from both break zones. If I remember correctly, yeah, from either player's break zone. So you get either player's break zone stuff. Like that's pretty cool. Because Earth, a lot of Earth is about not dying. Um, so you can Tyro target her. Yeah, that's a thing though. Is that Tyro is still better for like everybody else. Um, so, um, Wall, I'm also hesitant on. Kryle's meant to play opponent stuff. Yeah, Kryle is definitely a good card to have here. I very much like the Kryle. It's still a relevant card 4 sets later. Like super solid. Don't cut that one. Don't cut the Kryle. Prish, Prish I like. Prish is fine. Especially you can search her off of Star Sybil or play her for free off of Star Sybil. Because then she costs, problem is she costs 7, and you get still value off that for sure. Rydia for Fenrir if you want that option. I also like the new Sophie. Yeah, new Sophie is super solid. Wall is a 3 cost. Yeah, so that's the thing is how often are you buffing the other guys? Because like you're gonna play Cecil for sure. Arden is one of those cards that everyone's just gonna sack something to because then they can play something else again. Like if you're playing, for example, let's just say worst case scenario you're playing against Soiree, right? They're just gonna break a Merald or they're gonna break a Vesvia so they can get the gas, so they can get the other break on Enter, and they just play around him. Or they do something to dull him or something else, and like I played this card in boss battle. Actually, I put this in my boss deck as a one of, and it was whatever. So like, yeah, you ice Toto if they do the Arden thing to break, but like at that rate, you might as well just Toto anyway. Um, so like the hand trap is just better than the static threat, I guess. Him having Brave and not being able to be broken is pretty strong. He's definitely good against Mono Fire, though. I'm definitely not hating on him. I'm just saying that if we have to cut something, like it might be Arden too. Titan is super solid. Keep that in. Hades, super solid. Keep that in. Mono Fire is the fire is burning everywhere, bro. Fire is still really strong. So anything anti-fire is fine. I hesitate on Bismarck. I almost I don't want to say throwing Garuda instead because that would be very that would be egregious of me. That'd be wrong. But like you're more often than not going to, because here's the thing about Earth with wind is you're not so focused on removal as you are about just protecting your own stuff from removal. So you have Tycoon, you have Shantotto, you have Shantotto, you have Robble. Like Bismarck is $30. You can really help the price of this deck. If you already have the Bismarck, then and you really want to use it, more power to you. But I actually do recommend just cut. Take it to the barber and snip snip. I think Semilafina can get cut down to like 2. Dragoon and Geomancer are fine because you get the crystals. Um, let's see. The Dark Knight is here. Ah, I don't know about the Dark Knight. I'd almost rather put Maria in. Yep, still going, Nick. Still going. We have plenty to go. Ty wanted to address your decks directly. Um, but yeah, no Althea with Bismarck. Or yeah, seems kind of iffy there as well. Um, Chocobo could be potentially good. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, if you run that Chocobo, you could do that as well to bounce stuff. Um, like bounce Kane before your opponent gets control or something. Like that could be cool. Or bounce Kryl for effects. You know, like you're running like I'm just gonna do that now. Just gonna throw that summon in there. It is a little pricey right now, which kind of sucks. $15. It's getting a reprint though, which is cool. Um, Dark Knight is searchable with Sybil. Yeah. Good for Titan. Um, I still here's the thing though with Titan, if you have Maria, the one like the 4-drop Opus 1 Maria for the anthem, all of your stuff might survive because you have like a lot of big stuff here. Um, so that's interesting. And then let's see here. Yeah, you could do a Tomos. Chocobo's getting reprint. I could swear that Chocobo was in the anniversary box. Um, See, the thing is, the other thing though is that making Titan too big means that all of your other stuff dies as well. So you want to have all of your stuff big, wipe your opponent's stuff, and take out maybe a few of your own things with it, but still leave enough on your field to get through. Titan's a really tricky card to play with and around. So, like, yeah. Because then Aerith just dies, and then everything else goes away. Um, and that all resolves at once. So I don't actually know what the priority is there on how that resolution works. Um, no Chocobo on the reprint list? Damn. That sucks. That does kind of suck, actually. Ew. um, but yeah. Snapshots? The ruling question is that when Titan resolves, if yeah, he doesn't do damage, but when he enters, if you like say you're on the stack, he kills everything with power less than himself. If Aerith goes away as part of that, the 2K buffer, the new Aerith, if she goes away because she's weaker than Titan, does her when her anthem goes away, does everything else still is that still in is it still resolving where everything else, that would lose that anthem uh still get broken? I'm wording it very poorly, I think, but I think people can get the idea. Because Titan with Aerith, Titan would be 11K, but Aerith is still her 5K, right? So she would break, and then Titan would lose the buff, but so would everything else. So like, where does the threshold end up there? I think it all dies at the same time. So anything she buffed above Titan would be fine. It also buffs Titan. So yeah. Um, Low on the mic volume, you say. Before he resolves, if Aerith is taken out, it is last check, so only 8K and below. If Aerith is still in the field, it breaks 10K and less. Well, Titan's 9K. So no matter what, you have to be, 8K and below, correct. So yeah, if Aerith's on field, so it's last check prayer. Yeah, last check. Okay. So like, it basically it achieves the same thing as any other anthem in the game, which is the thing there. So to have it as a forward that's vulnerable to removal is weird. Well, not weird. Weird is the wrong word. It's vulnerable is the point. it's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to change, especially if your opponent's um, like if your opponent, hell, your opponent even could take out Aerith during that whole interaction with Titan, and then be like, "Oh, a lot of your stuff drops now." Like, depending on how the board is set up with Titan and Aerith, yeah, they will sometimes like kill that Aerith just to get that Anthem gone. So to have a backup as an Anthem instead is not perfect, but it's a choice. Like it's an option you can do. Um, so maybe Ty would argue me there. I'm not sure. But the discussion I think is worth having, whether or not you agree with me. So like, yeah, the Dark Knight is cool. Um, Paying two though kind of sucks. That's the other struggle, is that like I'd almost rather. Yeah, Maria's a really tough one to like argue to add, but like it's an anthem, so like I have to think about it. But again, back to that carbuncle, you can buff something, buff all your stuff by 2k, just like with Aerith, to save it from the save it from Titan, include, and then buff Titan or do whatever. Like I don't know. The Aerith just I'm struggling to put my words take to put my thoughts out into words, but that Aerith just rubs me the wrong way. I just don't I'm struggling to find a way to like it. Even with everything we're saying, right? So, yeah. Don't drop him unless he's free. Have I used the Aerith yet? I mean, no, and there's a reason. The reason is that the card doesn't look to me like one of those cards that works the way I'd want it to. Um, I've yet to see anyone in locals using it either. Like, all of our best players in our local scene don't like it or seem to find much value in it. Um, so like, I'll goof around with it eventually. Um, but like, it's one of those cards that it's a very, very rare situation where I will knock it before I try it, because I normally am not like that. I'm normally like, I'll try anything once. Um, I just think your value lies elsewhere. So, I mean, I can look at actually, you know what? I am part of the Patreon for FF decks. Um, so I can actually look at the most popular lists. Um, oh, they haven't posted it yet. In a while, actually. Wow, they haven't done it since last November. Um, that's disappointing. But you know what I can do is go to FF decks, and I can look at the popularity in deck lists, I think. So, entire chat's pro. I know. Um, where's the popularity thing? I forgot. Shit. Oh, you know what? Let's look at tournaments and see how popular it is in tournaments. So, still not on top here for popularity. Still not there, or there, or there, or there, or there. I ain't seeing it, Chief. Wait. Seriously? Oh, it's in 30 uses. Okay. There. It's around. But like, search by card, sure. But like, here's the thing. Like, just being a popular card by itself doesn't make it like awesome, right? Like, it's one of those things where I want to see somebody whose opinion is more valid than mine, in terms of like a high level player, or like multiple high level players say like, you know, that it's a good card. Because like here's the other thing too, is it can be a good card and not be good enough. That's a thing. There's a threshold that I feel like it doesn't meet. Like it's a good card, but whatever. Um, and yeah, if Aerith is like a one of, then there's a lot of other things to. I'm sorry, I saw the name of this one. I like it. I think it's funny. Um, but yeah, like it's again, it's not a card that I'm saying is inherently just plain awful, but I think it could be considered one of the weakest links. Is the idea. And I think there's better alternatives that have more versatile or flexible uses. So, um, so we'll like if we have space, we'll throw it back in. But I like a lot of what's already here. So like Althea might just fit regardless because Althea's a fine one of. Um, I'm trying to think of what forwards are super solid for this that are really left. What's some modern wind earth stuff? Um, oh, you know what you're missing in the back row? Haha, I just thought of something. So you can do for forwards, Montleonis is a thing, Sophie's a thing. We'll come back to these in a sec. I'm getting there. You have a pretty good amount of 4 drops, but you don't have enough for Kieran justification, I don't think. I have a fun Cloud Pod list. Use Aerith. So here's the thing. That's a Cloud Pod list, though. Like, that's an FF7 centric deck. I think there's more synergy available there because it's, you know, it's FF7. Um, so that's a whole separate discussion there. That being said, I have a former coworker who built a Cloud Pod deck, and in like he could combo up in like 2 turns to like a 9 drop off of just the Cloud Pod. So that's a whole thing. But that Aerith definitely probably doesn't go in an FF7 deck. I'd agree with that for sure. Whereas you've got Cecil, you've got Zidane, you've got Charlotta and Wall, you've got Rubble. Rydia is still technically an option if you want to throw 4 stuff in there. Cecil is arguably an option. If you want gas, you could throw Kate Sith in there. Do 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 do. If you wanted to play the Wind backup Maria, you could play Leon and be like, "Oh yeah, free Maria," but like, eh. Um, and then you could also throw in what's her face multicolor from where are you? Come on. Oh, you could also throw Sin in there if you want to be a jerk. Sin is cool. Um, you could do Fenrir for Sophie. Like that's a thing as like a one of. Gudon is a good choice. I like Gudon. I'm just slapping shit in here. We'll air we'll slim it down as we go, right? Um, I genuinely want to throw these options out here. I can't find where is it? It's a win Earth forward from it's multicolor. Boom. Where are you? Iris, that's her name. Just remembered Iris. Boop. Iris. There we go. Running an Earth Lightning Cloud Pod, new Zack and Turks, and she is the best sack to get 3 CP Y'shtola or White Mage the combo going. Missing the light one does hurt, yeah. Wait, Lightning Cloud Pod. Huh. So Edward, how do you just out of curiosity, so you said you're running Earth Lightning Cloud Pod and you're sacking that you're sacking the new Aerith for it. Um that's what is that I mean, yeah, that could be value, I guess. But yeah, missing the light one might really hurt potentially, depending on how that goes. Oh, and then the backup you're missing is Lael. Good old Lael. It's a really good card. Straight up just cancel a 4-drop summon or less. Like that's rude. I like it a lot. um Tyro, I think you don't need to worry too much about color fixing. So you can cut Tyro to 2. He's okay at 2. I actually almost want to say you can cut Shantotto to 1 and King Tycoon to 2. Lael without Norsh, I mean, it's fine. Like, it's fine. You don't need Norsh to search it. Like, you'll have it. Plus, Althea reactivates. Like, Norsh can search either of them if you want to do that. Like, that's an option. Yeah, sure, Edward, that's cool. I haven't seen a good Cloud Pod list in a while. Granted, I actually haven't seen any Cloud Pod lists in a while, so it's kind of an aggressive statement to make on my part. Here's the thing, though, Mist Dragon to cancel, that's fine, but you also sometimes want the Mist Dragon for other stuff. Tyro searches forwards only, though, so you can't rely on that to find backups. New Zac is interesting. I don't know how I feel about it yet, so I can't state a judgment. I'm not gonna make a call on that one quite yet. I still gotta look at it a little closer. Cause like I'm always happy for a new Zac card. I love me Zac. Love me some Zac. He's a good boy. But you know, there's that. But it's I haven't read everything yet. So five drop the pods into a 6 only costs 3 and plays a thing for free. Yeah, I mean value is there. I'm not gonna argue that much. Not gonna argue that. So let's see here. Cecil, yeah, not really that useful. So I'm gonna cut that one. That one's kind of a useless play. Iris is interesting for reactivation, which is cool because she basically plays for free, and then you can give something 2K or whatever. Or sorry, you can give her 2K, which is eh. So unless you give her haste or something, not really that big a deal. But you don't have to do on ETB, which is nice. So, yeah, you know what? Cut Iris. You'd rather play Ishtola. Sophie though, this Sophie or even the other Sophie. Sophie, boom, and then I'd really actually say Fenrir. Let's plays it with a Rufus, so you can play Rufus for free off of either potting a 3 or potting Zac into a 6. You can pay. Oh, yeah, that's pretty gross, actually. Pod Zac into a 6 CP Fina free cast 4 CP Rufus song. Oh boy, rude. Montleonis, pretty strong. Especially with a lot of damage based stuff these days. Just make them wait. It's a bubble, but on demand. It's straight up an Illua bubble whenever you want it. For damage at least. But it forces something, so that's cool. I don't know which Sophie to go with. If I were to recommend a Sophie, like you can do both. Because Fenrir can play both for free. Or not for free, but like, you get the idea. You can play both. Prish actually can play as an Earth character. Prish can play that. Montleonis is a card I see rising in popularity, and I see it in quite a few meta decks in tournaments lately for good reason. The special, if you decide to play the special, is pretty nasty. Both Sophie is probably fine, though. Robble's good. You can get backups back, especially like you want to get a Lael back after breaking it. Like, that's cool. So there's those. I still am hesitant on the Arden because of like just the value of a lot of other stuff. How much? You have 9 4 cards. So you have, where's the 4 stuff here? Where are you at? You have Cecil's. And then you have Kane and No, Kryle's 5. So you have Kane, Cecil, and Rydia herself, along with. Is there anything in back row? King Tycoon 5. He's 5. Yeah. And Mist Dragon doesn't count because summon. Um. So like Edge, I'd rather play Cecil because you tax the opponent, and that tax can hurt a lot more. Like, Edge is good, though. Yeah, with a small summon pool, it's really not worth it. I'm not going to argue that. Like, it's just one of those, like, considerate things. Or consider it, not it's, consider whatever. Edge. Edge to reduced. Choose some of it. Well, so it doesn't double tax. It just forces a different target and then taxes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can just kind of force Wait, it does double tax. Well, how does it double tax? He swaps it to him, and then they pay. So they still just only pay. But yeah, you have to. Yeah, it's not so much a tax as just a value retarget. Does the retarget actually force them to pay a second time? I don't think so. Yeah, the pay is on cast. Yeah. So you'd only pay it once. Wait, wait. Oh, it does. Really? Hmm. Heavy consideration there. Huh. 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 Twitter confirmed. It's unintuitive there was a Twitter ruling. Yeah, okay. Okay. Ty usually checks Twitter. I don't. So that explains why I didn't know that. Okay. So you almost don't need Lail in that situation. But yeah, it's a lot. It's very 11 based, that I can definitely see that with the Sybil and Tyro stuff, and obviously Robble, Shantotto, that kind of stuff going on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you really in Earth you don't really need a lot of summons nowadays. Kusith is fine, Mist Dragon's fine, like a Fenrir or two. I mean, if you're not running Bismarck, you don't really need the Chocobo. So, whatever. Yeah, now I'm struggling. Because there's so many things of good value, but like which value package do you care the most about? Like Gudon we could probably cut because he's a card. He's fine, but he's only fine. Sin is rude. Definitely another layer of protection, which Earth has a lot of. Zidane is just a Lonnie, basically. But like, I don't know. Zidane is another one. Like, I like it. I think it's cool, and it could be rude. But also, is he the focus of the deck? Like, does he actually really fit? I'd rather yank something from the opponent, and just have nobody play it. That's just me. So, because like the haste, whatever, um, and you don't get that because you don't get that storm counter off of free plays. Like, Rydia, we can probably cut, even though there's because like there's not a lot of summons you care to play off of Rydia. Like, you only have a couple, so there's that. Um, Cryo is good, but you can yank your opponent's stuff, and I think that's more important. Um, Usually bounce with Bismarck. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Um, that's not bad, but like the thing is, you have to keep replaying, and that can get expensive. Because you only play so much a turn, right? So, eh. So like, cause like, what's the maximum for playing expensive stuff a turn? Because a lot of like the curve on this deck is kind of high. It's 3.45, but let's be realistic. When we're finished up, it's probably gonna be closer to like 3.6, 3.7. Um, so it's yeah, mill can be strong, but again, like we're trying to figure out what the focus is here because like a deck needs to focus on something. Ty and I haven't released it yet, but we're working on an episode of like good deck building practices, and like there's a weird balance to be had between focusing on something really really well and getting too sucked up in the focus. Um, so like you don't want to keep like cause like look at best case scenario versus worst case scenario. Like put it on a scale, right? There's like a double, a balancing scale for weight. Um, so what are the pros? What are the cons? Like at best, you get the mill, right? You get the mill. You keep replaying. It's super gross. It's super effective. But at worst, he mills one, gets murked, and then he exists or he did exist. The haste is not something you really care about. Like this deck has at no point cares about haste. Otherwise, you'd be running like lightning wind. You wouldn't even have the earth if you cared about the haste. Um, but like the control elements are not strong enough to call this deck control. I would agree that with Thomas when he says this is a more of a mid-range type deck that profits off of strong value and then kind of having two or three really good swing turns as opposed to poking for one, poking for one, poking for one. Um, you don't wait for opportunities, you make opportunities, which mid-range is better at doing, in my opinion. So, um, So no, actually, they are not invisible. Um, we actually had this Oh my god, my sound did get muted. I bumped it. Sorry guys. How much did I how long have I been muted? What did you how long have you not been able to hear me? I bumped my mic and hit the mute button somehow. I have no clue how that happened. 2 minutes. God damn. Complaining about air. Excuse me. um, no. So I was saying, um, yeah. So this. So I'll rewind. Um, so Zidane. You don't care about the haste, and the cards that you have are still required to be cast, and they're face up. Unlike Mind Flayer or Lonnie, where you look and take, and you don't care about the haste from Zidane. So I think it's better if you just remove the cards from their hand. Um, we resolved this at Bahamut Brawl 2, like I was saying, where it took a while to resolve the ruling, but card tab by list. You mean as opposed to cards? Because I do prefer by list, so I can just see more. I feel like I see more information here. Um, but anyway, Mind Flayer, this keeps stuff face down, whereas removed from game is public knowledge. So yeah, it's separate. Which is why that Zidane, the haste doesn't matter. The deck is more mid range than control because control kind of waits for opportunities and slowly forces them, whereas mid range, you are taking priority yourself, making things happen. You are kind of being more proactive, but not aggressive with it. Does that make sense? Um, so you're kind of winding up for a big punch as opposed to throwing a bunch of smaller punches or like charging up one really big punch. Um, and that's why things like I think Zidane or Arden fall short. And I think for the crystal stuff, what I was saying before when I was muted was that you have three big uses for the crystals, being Kane and Robble and Shantotto. Um, so Charlotta can probably go to one, and more often than not, you're just gonna discard her. So you almost want to be able to get rid of Charlotta entirely, add Dragoon and Geomancer to 3, and then be able to bounce them with Althea. What, Evie? What are you screaming for? Yeah? Really? Okay. Got a wise kitty over here. Um, and you I don't want to say cut Shantotto in the back row because that's just the best board wipe in the game, right? Like you have the Sybil to search it to. You have ways of finding it and having it. You can Althea bounce it to replay it, which is huge. Um, so I think one of the things I mentioned is that Ty and I are working on a good deck building practices episode. It's not out yet, obviously. We're finishing up the script we're going to record and then have our audio editor take care of editing it. And like the deck building practice is that you build towards a goal, but don't get too caught up in that goal. Um, yeah, the forward Shantotto never sees the board. It's a hand trap. That's 100%. It's a hand trap from Yu-Gi-Oh. It's it's an Ash Blossom, or whatever other hand traps there are in Yu-Gi-Oh that I forget about because I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh since Final Fantasy came out. Um, but yeah, no, this Shantotto never sees the board. That crystal, you are using the crystal effect. Unless you pop off and get the free play and then you use the hand trap, whatever. But like the backup Shantotto, is the one that I was actually saying like, whatever, like maybe. It's a force of will. What's this Ash Blossom nonsense? Hey, Ty's the one who plays Magic, not me. I play casual MTG rarely. Um, but yeah, so I almost want to say Charlotta can go, because then Althea can bounce your backups that generate crystals, and that is cheaper. Because yeah, you can like discard the Charlotta, which is cool. Um, so like, there's pros. It's like I just Charlotta to 1, I guess, or cut it entirely. Like, eh. um, Hades is great. I still don't know if you get enough value off of it because of how I'm so torn on this one. She's worth a play on Cecil? Like, yeah. But everything's worth a play on Cecil. Everything is worth play on Cecil. Like, Hades plus Robble is nasty. I'm never going to argue that. But, again, there's so much going on here that, like, I feel the need to slim it down. And with a lot of the suggestions we have are 52 cards out of 50. And also keep in mind, like, Hades plus Bismarck. Yeah, okay, fair. That's fair. You can just tap Bismarck and kill something. Um, Hades and Semi, yeah. Yeah. Fair. So Hades stays. That you got me on that one. Okay. That one I haven't used Hades enough, so I haven't but again, there's so much going on here. That it's like, are we control or are we mid range? Norsh Talon is another card that I'm like not sure about us needing here. Because you don't need to search Charlotta. You don't need to search Althea. And where are your other FFCC stuff? There isn't. You have Brave Exvius in Montleonis. Mobius is Prish in 11, and actually she's in Dissidia also. Lael. If we keep the Lael, though. If we keep Lael. Like, these are things that aren't crucial, but they help a little bit. But also, you got to pick a focus for the deck. Because picking what direction to go, yeah, Norsh only gets backups and Charlotta. So, like, eh. eh. Your backups are fine without Norsh Talon, and to be honest, they're pretty tight. So I don't think you want more than this group of backups here. The backups you have are kind of stuck as they are, and it's ratios we're playing with. If you even keep Lael. So like backups, we'll just pretend this is finished. Norsh Talon. Oh, it is back. Oh, duh. Right. I haven't used this card in a while. Forgive me. So yeah, like I don't think Norsh is worth it. No. Look, listen here. No, hold on. Don't. The apologies thing. We're not doing this. Okay, we don't do this here. No, this is your deck, and not everybody. So let me tell you a story here. So Tyler and I both work in game design. We make video games for a living. Ty works on slot machines, which, okay, you can get pedantic and argue that there isn't video games, whatever. Point is, we both went to college for video game design, and we both make games, right? And there's a phrase that we use in video game design that says, when you're making a game, the second you show it to anybody else, it is no longer your game. It is the public's game. If you release it, then it is not your game anymore. It is somebody else's game. And so if it becomes very hard to unmarry yourself to something that you like so much. And even after having made a bunch of games myself and having worked on them, I still find very, very difficult moments of being like, of taking feedback and being like, okay, I gotta listen to people, like other people, about this thing or that thing or whatever, because I showed somebody else and they're just giving their honest opinion. So like, don't apologize for wanting to, you know, go a certain direction or keep something how it is, because that's, you know, it's, especially with Earth Wind having so much good stuff. Like it's so it's so hard to pick a direction and a means of like a vehicle to victory, cuz Earth Wind is just so versatile and strong. So yeah, this one is 100% something that, like, even once I've given my input on it and like I wrap up, this is very much worth discussing and arguing over in Discord in the deck tech discussion, cuz this is a lot of stuff. Um I like this kind of interaction. Like, this is why we do this, because it gets people thinking, it gets discussion going, and it gets it basically it gets the creative juices flowing, and it forces alternative viewpoints that, like, even if you don't agree with, you still consider, right? And that's healthy. That's helpful. So that's why we do these. It's not always because we're sitting here being like, oh, I'm the expert, I'm good at this. Like, you guys correct us all the time, but like we open the field for discussion because of shit like that. So, um, long tangent. I'm sorry for you being sorry, because you shouldn't be sorry. Um, so yeah, for the above mentioned reasons, um, Charlotta to 1, I think. Arden to 0. I I just think your opponent always sacks 1, especially versus aggro decks. Like, your opponent just sacks 1. Okay, he's not a threat anymore. And he's expensive. Like, you can't play him for free off of anything. Like, Sybil can't play him for free. Cecil can't play him for free. Um, it's 5 or less for Prish, so she can't play him for free. Um, so, like, yeah. Do you remember that Ice Water Mill submitted way back and you've seen update? I don't think we've seen the updated version, Thomas. No. If you put it in the deck tech discussion, then I might have, but I genuinely don't remember right now. So, hi Evie. I know you're bored, aren't you? Yeah, you're just listening to me talk. Yeah, I know. I know. Who's a good kitty? Yeah, you're a good kitty. Um, much less brain melting now. Nice. That helps. I like my last few brain cells solid and you know, putting in their work. So yeah, I'm gonna suggest cutting Arden. I'm going to suggest Zidane can be a good one of, especially if you can bounce Zidane, then keep playing it for sure. I don't hate Bismarck, especially with everything you pointed out here. You guys have been making good points for the Bismarck. Um, we're at 51 cards. Fenrir's good if we want to keep one or the other Sophie. And I did check on this. The new Sophie, I believe, does not use the stack to deal double damage, which is cool. Um, and then you can also deal 10k when you fire 5 cost or more. Okay, I do see that I am tagged in something on Discord. Thanks, Thomas. I'll check that out a little later. So this Sophie can be pretty nasty for like combo removal. Hey Juan, what's up? Yeah, Ty already left. Or 14. Okay. Look here, you listen here, you little shit. um yeah, no, like that can, I mean, oh my god, we're at 4 hours. I don't have to get up. Look, my LAN party doesn't start till like 2 p.m. tomorrow. I don't care. I got all the time in the world. Um, you got the Dark Knight already, and you could have Carbuncle. So 14K was a magic number for Ravana. um, yeah, big boy hours. Yeah, now we're at demon hours soon. Um, big boy hours for the next hour, and then demon hours past that. I don't care. I like the edge combo with Wall, or sorry, Cecil. Um, but also consider Fix It Friday After Dark. The webcam is not on, Thomas. We'll get to that part later. Um, but like, consider the worst case scenario. Um, Edge kind of protects against one fire card, and then that's it. Cecil protects against a bunch of other stuff with Edge on the field, but you have to have them both for them both to be like oppressive. So, best case, worst case, like it's I don't know. Like I don't want to say you can't lean on it is the problem. It's cool if you get it off, but that's like building your trebuchet in front of your opponent and then saying like, "Wait, can I load it?" So, yeah. Sophie for burn is like if you want to play this Sophie, you're pretty much guaranteed to get it. Um, I don't disagree that it's very good. But yeah, you need to set it up, which is hard. I think not. I think not burn Sophie is good. I actually do think having the like the plain Earth Sophie is good. Um, with the 5 drops and stuff that you've got. Um, so like here, because here's the other thing, right? So yeah, well, no, so Water Sophie, you get so it's for every instance of Earth, and like you have a lot of Earth getting played here. Like you have multi-element stuff too, and those count. So you have Kryl, you have Ishtola, Prish, Robble, Mont, whatever. Um, so either Sophie works in Mobius, which is great because her category is Mobius. Crazy, right? Um, but like you can use this Sophie to go on the stack and kill stuff that would survive Titan. I don't want to say Mono Earth better for the water one or for anything in general because Ishtola here brutal. This card hurts. Prish solid. Charlotta Bismarck and Wall and Cecil pretty strong. Kane pretty strong. Zidane like functional. It's fine, but I wouldn't rely on it. Mono Earth. Oh, you mean the single? Oh, solo. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I think she is a card that you play before you play the Titan, and then you just drop the Titan and nuke anything that would survive Titan. I think that's a super cool play. Hell, if you can buff her with Tyro, be like, oh, damage 5, okay, kill this thing, and then Titan, and then Sophie, and then Titan gets the burn off of killing Sophie, but you killed a bunch of other stuff too. So that you can do that stuff. And a Crow, I want to say no. Yeah, buffing 2K is good. Who knew? And a Crow, I'm hesitant on only because, that's why I would say the Maria over the Enna Crow if you do an Anthem in the back row like that at all, because Thomas, you're on thin ice. Thin ice, Thomas. Because you only have so much Earth to buff, and how much of that is going to be on the field at all times? Kryl's going to die relatively easily. That's expected. You get you get your value out of her, and then she eventually dies, and you play other stuff. Charlotta, if she even sees the field, Like, you might just want to pitch her for a crystal. So again, like, what are we focusing on here, right? Like, are we focusing on just making big shit, or are we focusing on doing stuff? Because otherwise, Aerith is just a forward anthem. Like, cool. Or like, you have a backup line that is just, okay, you have some anthems. Now what? Um, like, there's just that's the problem, right? Like, you got to pick something to focus on and then not get too caught up in it. God, there's always one deck every Fix It Friday. Here it is. We've been at this for over an hour. I feel like Lulu's a consideration. The new one. Can I? Don't like backup anthems. Yeah, like that's the problem with backup anthems too. Is they just exist, and you need the backup space for other stuff. Being able to reuse it with Bismarck to recycle Kusith is pretty good. Eh? Summoning your break zone at your hand. Cast a summon, choose a 4 shot. Power becomes 5,000. Yeah. Like, that's a thing. But again, are we playing control or are we playing mid range? Because like the problem with Earth Wind is there's so much overlap, but eventually with that Venn diagram, you have to pick one side or the other, and you gotta lean for it. Because you can only have 50 cards in a deck. So like, control is playing one forward a turn, and mid range is playing 2 to 3 things that combo. With the way this deck has to work, I think. Problem is they're both so close that the lines are blurred, vision is all messed up, and again, you only can play 50 cards unless you cheat. So like, do you go the Magic or Pokemon route and you just put 60 cards in and say, "Hey, F it, guys, we're playing kitchen table"? Because I like all of these ideas, but you have to pick like, you gotta pick one. And that, like, it's not my choice to make for you. Which is why we stream these. Like, if we weren't streaming these, it'd be so much more boring to just post a video, be like, yeah, you guys suggested these decks and blah blah blah. Jeff, we've been going for 4 hours, so it's pretty good. Yeah, it's really hard to pick. Like, you have good ideas. Like, I'm complimenting you here, but some of them have to go. We can't fit everything, and it hurts. But yeah, Jeff, we've gone through like 4 or 5 decks already, and we're down to some other submissions now from the non not like the stuff that wasn't ahead of time. Get back from Commander Night and miss FFTCG. We missed you too, bro. You could have been there Monday, but you weren't. You weren't there Monday. You weren't there. Come on Mondays, Jeff. Come on Mondays, Jeff. Yeah. So deck building is hard. You know what else is hard? Not getting my cat to not sit on my computer. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop it. She likes warm spots. Surprise. So I'm going to redact my sin suggestion. Because there's a lot of things that don't care. There's a lot of things that you're fine eating, you're fine replacing, you're fine just kind of existing. You have a lot of other means of avoiding that stuff. And again, you're probably not playing control, probably, right? Like, it's your call kind of thing. So I'm gonna say let the sin go. That was my suggestion that I'm gonna redact, actually. Um, Kane is really above curve because you're almost always gonna have a crystal, right? So I think Kane is okay. I think Kane is okay to keep it 2 or 3. We're 49, so we're under deck size now, which is solid. Sin is not meta breaking. There are not a lot of action abilities on the field. Like if you really cared about action abilities, just play two like the Opus 2 Emperor. Like if you cared about those Emperor, you'd play this guy if it mattered that much. But you don't really. Like that's something we don't really care about right now. So like the meta generally, like I jokingly threw one in my soiree deck, which I keep bringing up, but like you know it's not that big a deal. uh, Going through what you both said about the amount of fire damage control, yeah, um, that's gonna be hard. Although Ty plays mono fire more than I do these days, I used to play it more, but I fell out of it, and then Ty took it over, and he ran with it, and so probably listen to his suggestions more than mine. I still think Zandy is worth keeping though, so there's that. Um, but yeah, so don't worry too much about the sin or the action ability stuff. Um, shit. um, Shantotto is good. She is another one of your board wipes. Juan's keeping the Zandy dream alive. Yeah, big boy Zandy. Unless you're not talking about the 8. No, I'm talking about the 8 drop. I'm talking about keeping the 8 drop. And the 7, like, and the backup, right? Like 7K. Like, we're talking both here. Ty keeps saying I hate that backup, and I don't. He likes putting words in my mouth to get me flack. He likes getting things thrown at me. Because that's how our friendship works, is, you know, we do that. Prish good, Y'shtola good, Robble good, Shantotto good. Montleonis is one of those. It's good because it does something similar to the Edge and the Cecil, and the special can be good. But if you're not gonna run multiples for the special, I almost want to say don't run it at all. So that I actually want to ask then, um, do you want to run this one? Because if you do want to run this one, I almost want to say cut Edge for this one. But the combo potential's nasty. So, like, do we want to find a way to fit all 3 in? Because then we're becoming control. Because it also survives. You can also double make the survive Titan. Or no, sorry, you can only you once survive Titan. The 9K. Yeah, no, it doesn't do. As right, Titan doesn't do damage. It kills. It just kills. Yeah. So Montleonis can survive Titan. Um, but it's a question of whether you want to be using it full force, or it's go big or go home with it. It's all or nothing. So I got to ask about that part. Yeah, a lot of this. Okay. Because yeah, again, the backup line is fine. Like that's probably gonna stick as it is. Althea is optional. Lael is optional. Um, Again, it's stuff that's like, do you care? Do you care to bounce something with Althea, proc Bismarck or whatever? Do you care to use Lael to protect against 4 drops? or less. Kind of, because you can cancel an Ami, which is cool. You can cancel with Mist Dragon too. You could cancel a Mist Dragon. You don't want to have to burn your Mist Dragon to cancel a Mist Dragon. So, argument for Lael in that situation. Why is my audio bitrate 0? YouTube, what are you yelling about? Why are we doing this? I'm just gonna turn my gain knob up. There. So questions to answer. I just I want your input so I can give my input. I got to put mine on the stack, so I need a stack first. You can't see me winking, but like I'm making a bad joke here. So yeah, question. I mean, I guess So primary question to reiterate: keep Mont, play with Mont. Lael and Althea, do you care? God, I need a better microphone arm. Yeah, I say Mont, you have to have all or nothing. It's 3 or 0 in my opinion. At least in this deck. In other decks, it might be worth it, but you achieve similar effects with Cecil and Edge. So you got to pick. He is a Cecil target, which is good. Yeah, that's another factor though, is that it is a Cecil target. So you just pop it off of Cecil, it survives Titan. Like it has value. Like it's very much a value card. But is that the kind of value you want? So too many good cards in Earth, Wind, and Air. Thomas, I'm not the kind to give up. I'm stubborn as hell. The word in German for that is Schweinhund, meaning pig-headed. They use pig like we use bull here. So we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna finish it. Like I have all the time in the world. My LAN party doesn't start till 2 p.m. tomorrow, so I got plenty of time. It's Ty who has to get up at 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. whatever. I don't know what time he's getting up early. We still have the monks to get to. I think the backups synergize well. I've been using 3 semi to make sure I get value from the star. Yeah, semi Lafina at 2 or 3 is fine. I think you can get away with just 2. Because you're seeing both of them frequent enough. So I'll leave that decision up to you how to do that. I'm just gonna leave the backups as they are for now, and then you can decide how you want to play that. But I do want to know if you want to keep the Althea and or the Lael, because those you can take or leave those. You can cut those if you want. So to be able to drop Prish off a wall, but even worth to get a random card while risking a whiff. That is a threat. That is a genuine threat / concern. So because here's the other thing though. Consider the following. Prish into wall. Or Prish into Cecil, rather. So Prish into Cecil. It can go the other way around too. You can Cecil into Prish, Prish into Cecil. They work really well together. And so I think you choose when to play that. I think that is that's a branch on the flowchart. So Prish is stronger early. Yeah, exactly. So you play a few backups, you play Prish, and then so upside of Prishes you get to make the following pun. Uh-oh. Oh no. It's all just another Prish into wall. Just another push into wall. Yeah. Okay. Give you that one, Thomas. Yeah, you can do either direction, which is actually a very powerful combo. I like that. The fact that you can do both. So I'd argue to keep Prish into Cecil, Prish into Wall, Prish into basically every forward you have can be played off of Prish. Except for Shantotto, which you don't play as a forward anyway. It's a hand trap. It's a summon that pretends to be a she's cosplaying. She's a forward cosplaying a summon. And she's doing it very well. Look at that. She looks great. Look at our girl. Yeah, Titan is the only exception, right? You can't play Titan off of Prish or Cecil. But Titan is fine where Titan is. Cecil is fine. Prish is fine. Their value. Sophie, I think, is like a cool trick, but you could live without it. Like 100% you can live without Sophie. If you want to make other things more consistent, which, you know, is Toto even necessary? The forward Toto or the backup Toto? I gotta know which one you're talking about. Because both are some form of a board wipe. We have quite a few forms of board wipes here. Like, we have a lot of removal. Backup is always necessary. I generally will agree with that. There's like one or two edge cases where I won't. But if you have to pick between the forward and the backup, I'll say the backup 100% every time. The thing about the forward is that it's not 100% necessary. Like, you could cut this to 1 and leave it and it's fine because you have other stuff to search. And then you get to play... The forward is searchable. Yes, always searchable. Tyro, Star Sybil. Yeah. Or recurable with Kusith. Backup can be bounced with Althea. If you decide to do that. But by cutting one of those, you could do this. Or you could do this. Or this. Like, there's flexibility here, which is, I think, a strength of the deck. Throw in more 5 or higher drops. I mean, that's a route you can go as well. I don't know if I'd recommend that, Juan, only because the curve of the deck is... It's fine now, but it can get out of hand pretty quick. Yeah, so that one's not repeatable here. But in all honesty, if you're casting it, like if you're doing that effect, that's usually like you're pushing for game. You don't just do that to do it, right? Like, you do it to survive or you do it to push game. So there's that. You can take it down to 1 off element seems more of an I need this to die. No, yeah, well, exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, you're repeating exactly what I said. So we're in agreement there. It's the two extremes. Desperation, survival, or you're going hard in the paint, going for the slam dunk. Oh, you said it first, but chat delay. No, Thomas. I was saying it before you, and then chat delay caught up later on screen. But remember, you said it after I said it. It came. I was watching it in chat, and then you came in after I said it. So we can argue that one up and down all day. But video has proof. So I guess now the question is ratios. We have 2 slots to fill. Where do we want to put them? And you know what? Honestly, if you say Aerith, I'm not going to be mad, just disappointed. And I'll put it in for you because this is your deck and I'm just helping. I'm here to help. That's all I am. And I'm sure this deck is going to get a lot of feedback from deck tech discussion when people wake up in the morning. 18 backups, add 1 Aerith. Here's the thing, though. A lot of these backups... So, like, Tyro sticks, Sybil can break, Tycoon sticks. I'll let you have the Aerith. I'll eat that one. Shantotto isn't a back. This one isn't a backup. I mean, it is because you're playing it and it stays. Dark Knight. Yeah, Tycoon bounces other stuff, but you would bounce that you're off of your. If you play Bismarck, you can bounce these guys. You can bounce a lot of stuff off Bismarck. Okay, yes, but here's the thing, Thomas. It takes up a backup slot when it's on the field. This one is the one that you don't... I mean, you both are... they're weird. Shantotto's... she's very complex. They can't... Yeah, no, they can't... Yeah, they can't cancel the Bismarck, because it's end of your turn, you choose the thing. But yeah. So that's not my concern here. So, doesn't take up a backup slot in your hand when you want to curve out your backups. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not always right, though. Claris to search out Tycoon is more optimal. Maybe. Get to 18, you smooth out your draws better. So, here's the other thing about smoothing out draws, though, is that the amount of decks I play with 16 to 17 backups, and I still am extremely consistent with it. Like, it really just depends. How often are you... Yeah, Hades and Robble also help that because you're pitching them and getting them back. Like, you're not too worried about that number. Like, that 17 is fine. 16 is fine. They're okay. You have so many board wipes in this deck in the form of bounce, RFG, dull, break and burn potentially, actually. So like, yeah. I know you're not searching backups, but do you need to? I know very few decks where you need to search backups. It's not common. And when you do it, you only do it like once. And Sybil can search your Toto if you really want to. And you pitch the Toto, you get it back, you whatever, right? Now that, Thomas, I can get behind. I can potentially say go another Althea. So you can get the Bismarck effect early, or you can save the Bismarck. You can Sybil for the Dark Knight, I guess, if you really care that much about having that happen. Like, yeah, you can get it for free at damage 3, which is cool. You still have to pay 2 for that 1k though. I still think Carbuncle is better. I still think the Carbuncle's better. Because the Carbuncle only costs 1. And an EX. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, okay. Something gets stupid buff. But you still have to pay for it. So you pay... Theoretically, you tap 3 backups, make something massive. It's okay. It's fine. Like, I like it. I know, Titan. I know. I know what it's for. I remember that much. But, like, you're relying on you're putting all this work in for a one of. Like it's a singleton board wipe and you have all these other board wipes. So remember, like, what's your main goal? Don't get caught up in like spreading yourself too thin, because then you're building a toolbox when you only have hammers. It's a whole toolbox of hammers or a whole toolbox of screwdrivers. So it's either a toolbox or it's a hammer. You know? Like the deck has search, don't forget. So you have Star Sybil, you have Tyro, you have what else? Where is it? Like Zidane steals stuff or goofs around for opponent's crap. Prish digs for stuff. Cecil plays for free, so you don't need as much search off that. Like there's not a lot. Here's the thing. Like you can, with a deck like this that's mid-range, or potentially toolboxy, you have draw, you have value, and you have flexibility enough to play anything at any time, and it matters. So searching for something specific isn't that crucial. And what you do have that search for, Tyro. Like Tyro gets everything in the front. So unless you're desperate to get something from the back row, which you're not, you know, the one thing you are desperate to get might be Dark Knight, might be Toto. So you're okay. But Tyro is here. It can get, you know, you can Althea it, and you can Bismarck anything wind. So, you know, you can Bismarck Tycoon if you have to. But like you're fine. Like I think you're fine without the search. Search adds consistency, but this deck doesn't worry about consistency. Because it's got the consistency in its value. That's my expert opinion with, like, you know, hold on. We'll do that. Like that's we're expert. So, you know what you want better than we know what you want, but you know, we got to help you decide what you want. So is column A, column B. But I think the value engine in this deck is fine where it is. Because we're really, at this point, we're just deciding on that last one card. Or like 2 cards, depending if you want to change a ratio or something. So what are we bumping to? What are we bumping up? So that's the answer here, is that we just need one more card. One more, and then we can move to monks. Because I want to play with this monks deck, and I think you know, I mean, if you decide to change this deck later, you have everything we pitched during this stream. So Charlotta back to 2. Another Shantotto. Well, we got 3 answers here, and 1 is from the deck creator. So let's talk about the Charlotta too. Charlotta or Mont. I kind of like the Mont to 2, actually. That's my input, but I want to hear the reasoning for the Charlotta back to 2 before I start pushing my idea. Stream delay, waiting for... I'm sorry for the silence. EX Burst Crystal Strunk. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. But again, what are we using the crystals for, right? Kane, which just requires a crystal to exist. Don't actually pay it. Robble and Toto. Those are your crystal uses, right? You're definitely gonna play Robble multiple times, like always, for sure. Especially because he's searchable off of Sybil, right? But you also have 4 crystals potentially happening here, and you have the Charlotta. So you're at most never going to. I mean, unless you're Kusithing Rubble, only Rubble. Um, I don't think you're spending more than 5 crystals a game. And you can, in theory, Althea these guys and just generate a bunch more crystals. And if you were playing, let's say you were playing you were playing a control deck, you'd be doing this, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, I'd put in like 6 Charlottas, and just cheat, right? So, but I mean, this isn't control, so I wouldn't recommend this Kefka, as strong as it is. He's a do nothing until you get those crystals online. But you've got the Kane, who is just nasty on his own as soon as you have the crystal, right? So Kefka, oh yeah, so Kefka, when he enters, you gain a crystal, which is great, right? That's just EX, gain a crystal, whatever. He's a 4-drop 8K, so he's on curve. You pay 3 crystals, and you basically create 3 pools of forwards for the opponent. And then they pick one group to survive, the other groups die, which is strong. And if this card were played in more decks than it is, I'd say Arden should go back in, because then then you can pick Arden you can leave a group with Arden. Arden still survives no matter what. Whatever. So, but Kefka is strong in control decks because it forces your opponent to make uncomfortable decisions, because you create those groups that they pick, and you can make empty groups. I think you can make 1 empty group. So, like, yeah. So the Kane question, Thomas. So Brian Garrity, who won Bahamut Brawl 2, occasionally plays at the locals that I go to, or that I host rather. And there's been times where he brought Earthwind crystal stuff. Kefka does override Arden. Interesting. Huh. That sucks. But in the games where we played against each other, he had Dragoon Geomancer always by turn 2. And then Kane just was there. So he never worried about it. We played, I think, 3 or 4 games. I played Storm. I played aggro decks. And I've played... No, just Storm and aggro decks against that. And he always had Kane. Like, always in his Earthwind. So, yeah. Oh, Kefka puts into Break Zone? Did I misread? Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. My IQ is my shoe size. Why are we listening to me? Okay, forget Kefka. Again, but we're not control. So like Kefka's not even a question on the field right now anyway. But yeah, so Kane, you're always probably gonna have stuff for Kane. Like, and if you don't, you pitch him. Like, whatever. You have 3 in the deck, you'll find them. You got EXs on him anyway. So like, there's that. And you can get that one or the other kind of thing off the EX if you need to. So I'm going to argue that Charlotte is not necessary at 2. I would argue for the Mont, but if you want Charlotte at 2, then you want Charlotte at 2, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to tell you that if I were building this, I wouldn't put Charlotte at 2. You can't see my face. I'm being real cheeky right now. So, boop. And the curve is still under 3.5, which is healthy for a mid-range deck like this. And you have a lot of options for board wipes and removal and nasty shit. So, yeah, 3 without a special just seems iffy to me, especially when you need to make cuts. Yeah. That's the tough part, is that Mont should be at 3. So I almost want to say don't have it if you're not going to put it at 3. In which case, you know, you can bump anything else up if you cut the Mont, right? If you cut the Mont, you can put anything else up. So what are we doing there? I know I'm grabbing food soon because I'm hungry. I'm gonna go to my kitchen and grab a snack. I was gonna cook when I got home, and I was like, oh, I don't have time. I think Mont goes up to 3. Okay. So Charlotta down then. And bump Charlotta to 1, Mont to 2 at least. We need to figure something else out for the third Mont for the special. Because that double 9K went on attack though. Man. Can't cut enough cards. Well, see, Thomas, that's why we have the handy dandy knife. Cut Fenrir. You don't want the Aerith, Sophie, or Kryl back? Interesting. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just wasn't expecting that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whoop. Wrong direction. Okay. So, are we comfortable calling this one done then? Yeah, Fenrir is kind of limited. Mono Lightning is a turd. Mono Lightning is just bad right now. I wish it weren't true, because I started playing Mono Lightning just when Mono Lightning stopped being good. And then, like, it just kind of fell off very easily for a while. So, okay, we're calling it good. Cool. Cool. We'll have Ty come back to this one later. Mono Alba. Yeah, right. Mono Lightning can do stuff, just not well enough. Like, eh. Eh. No, Alba, no, shush, hey, Alba's great. Alba's a good card. Like, Alba makes Mono Lightning even remotely functional. I think that was a compliment, not an insult. But yeah, so then, now we have monks. It's for a 2-deck tourney. Oh, now you tell me. Bruh. Oh, that would have been good to know. Oh man. Okay. So okay. So we're looking at monks. Looking at the return to monkey. All right. I see a lot of interesting choices here, and I don't hate most of these. This is going to be straightforward. I think. So, Hades. And then, Fenrir. And 11 drop Mont is that is the play. You can do, I think Titan at 3 is aggressive. So I'm gonna actually swap that one out for the other Mont. Kryl is interesting. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I'm not convinced yet for this deck. I play monks actually quite a bit. I think Aerith at 3 is a bit aggressive. I actually would be comfortable putting that at 2 in this deck. Mira, no. I'm gonna downvote the Mira here, only because there's not enough monsters to go for off of it. Um, Tortoise makes my Famfrit sad. Yeah, like Tortoise. Here's the thing: Famfrit doesn't get used that much right now. So from a relevance argument, eh. Cecil, I would put it 2 because you only have one way of playing him, right? I think it's just the Tyro or Shantotto, right? Atomos does, yeah, Atomos does kill. Right? Wait, yeah, so you break him. And that's easy. Like, this card wants to be Arden so bad, but it's not. And without the support from Enkidu, I was gonna say it's almost definitely put it in break zone. Yeah, cannot be put in the break zone. Yeah, so Atomos does not kill. Yeah, strong against Atomos. But it still gets broken by like everything. So you would need Enkidu. And then the more stuff we add to this, the less it becomes monks, right? So it depends on how pure you want monks. So I think, right, because he gets. Oh no, wait, this is the other. Let's see, Gilgamesh. That's no, wait. Oh, you know what? It's just Enkidu that makes this one cheaper. Huh. Right? Am I just what am I right now? Putting Enkidu in dull it can be broken. Yeah, it just makes it cheaper. Okay, don't care. Okay, cool, yeah. Monks used to be like a little bit more or some fire. Okay, so here's the thing, right? What's that job right there? What's this job? Right, this. It's a monk. It's a monk. So when he attacks at damage 5, kill something. Take the damage or whatever. Vargas is a monk, but who cares, right? You have to do a lot of buffing for that one, so here's the other thing though. But yeah, so like that Sabin, if you play it, like it's a thing. So you could do, yeah, you can theoretically do Sabin for free off of Cecil, actually. No, I'm saying like, yeah, monks have buffs. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying like nobody cares about the buffs in monks. I'm just saying that I don't think Vargas is. You're doing Vargas, you know, like I don't think the effect is worth it. I don't think it's a good enough effect for monks. Like you forced something to die. Okay, cool. But did you get damage in? Did you, you know, this that like there's no, I know he can sack, yeah, from Ursula effect. Like Ursula can sack herself to defend from a lot of stuff. But Vargas just doesn't do what the deck wants to do, is the issue. If you want a monk and fire to do stuff, it's Sabin. Like it's Sabin. Actually, hell, even the other Sabin, like even he can do stuff more effectively because you kill before it blocks. So you'd have to build around Vargas for sure. But like it's a thing. Um, so, and this is just the delayed weird thing, whatever. Um, but yeah, so as a whole, monks needs more. I guess I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that like monks are probably okay in Earth still. Um, I mean we're 50 cards, and there's not a lot of monster removal, so Hades can just kind of sit. Um, that's a thing. Like this is fine. This is fine. Uh, yeah, this is pretty much fine. Like I don't actually want to say to cut much. Like backups, I want to look at Earth backups real quick. Like I want Lael in here, because Lael is always a good Earth backup. Um, oop. Yeah, Shinju, why not? Yeah. See, that's Fire Ice 6. So like that works. That's fine. Um, Aiko is removal, but she's not a monk, so she doesn't synergize well, right? Um, Kitone is a play that you could do. I think that's a funky one. I really like it. Yes, Shinju to strategically distract your opponents. Yeah, sure. It's like, yeah, okay, I pitch one, play Shinju. I'm sorry, what? And like, then you just their brain just overheats for like 5 minutes straight. They're just trying to break it down, and like they're like waiting for some weird catastrophe. Or the other side of it is they get really cocky because they think you're stupid. So it can blow up in your face. Who knows? Oh, I'm running out of water. Um, so Kitone could be an interesting play. That's an option here. Um, we don't really have any crystal play to goof around with. Otherwise, I would 100% be like, oh, crystals. They excuse themselves in the bathroom. You call a judge and win on time. No, what you do, well, you got to put a chair in front of the door and lock them in. You got to barricade them so it and then you call a judge. Yeah, you got to. There's planning to do here. You can't just go steps at steps, Thomas. Um, Oracle, I don't think you need to worry about because um I don't know about Sid Garland either, actually. I'm hesitant on that one. Um got that monk, we got this monk, got this guy, got this one. Yeah, so that's okay. Um not really. What do you do? What do you do? Nope. Oh, actually, that could be a way to dig for Sophie, I guess, if you don't want to just search a monk. Sid good for 3-drop monk and titan. Yeah, it's a good one of though. Um, so I would say just the one of. Um, because you get the draw, which is cool. He's not multiplay, but he's also not horribly crucial. Um, so like getting a titan is cool. But you also have Kusith if you want him back. So like, eh, it's there. It's an option. I keep it at one. I think it's one. I think it's fine at one. Um, I'd rather have more on-field effects and stuff happening there. Where did the Oracle of Light thing go? Not this one. Oh, that's right. I wanted to put Lael in here because Lael is really good in this deck. Um, or maybe it's not. It's White Mage. Maybe is it's the 4-drop one that does stuff. Um, Okay, and this sounds really well. Actually, no, you don't need that. Where is it? Where is it? I don't want to say Hojo. Because that's kind of a weird one to play. But you have to play him to do the thing. So, eh. Yeah, where are you? There it is. You could think about this one because first of all because it gets most of your stuff for free. Um, you know, it's Earth forward, right? So you get Ursula, you get Monk, you get Yang, you get Aerith, Sophie, and Kryl. That's like half your forwards. Um, Mont is in that pile too. And then you do a bunch of other stuff. So that's an option. We're at 52 backups. Um, not even on your own turn either. Yeah, exactly. So you can just combat trick it. It's super cool. Um, so I mean, yeah, you can definitely play around with a lot of stuff here. Fenrir is good for free plays, for Aerith, Sophie, Kryl if you want. It's optional. You don't have to play this one. It's just a suggestion. Luminous Puma, I'm hesitant on, especially if you have the White Mage. Um, and because you can get a lot of stuff back in this deck comfortably, but more often than not, you don't care. Um, when I play monks, this is my experience, so anecdotal, right? And sample size of one. Um, I've played maybe 60 something games with my monks deck since building it, which is not a lot actually. Um, but the amount of times where I care, not a lot. And you break even on Puma, right? You're basically swapping out because you're likely pitching something, get a forward back, break it, get a backup or a forward back. Um, and so you're exchanging and you're not plussing. Unless you tap all 5 backups, play the Puma, you get 2 things back, but then all your backups are down. So it's a weird trade-off there. I'd rather have the Hades. Um, because then at least with that one, you get to dig through your deck and then, you know, you get to find stuff better. Um, so, there's that, I guess. Um, but also Hades isn't necessary, so you could cut the Hades if you wanted to. It's just goofy because it's a monster. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming by. Really enjoyed the conversations. Hope to see you in deck tech discussion again, random person. Um, hope you enjoyed. I mean, yeah, it's also cool because Hades, right? Like it's just Hades. Look at this Bamf. Like he's just sitting on that throne, not giving 0 Fs, Um, God, Ursula's still $12. Wonder what my foils are worth. Um, I do think Lael is worth having, for sure. Hades is maybe actually a one of, I think. Just need Ozma to get a good card. Dude, Ozma's good though. Ozma's actually fine. Actually, reset. This card is actually functional. Not right now, but like 2 sets ago, this was still a good card. Because a lot of light and dark stuff was being played. Problem is it's in water. That's the issue, is the color that it's in. Like it's dealing with element. But that card was still considered good by a lot of good players. So I give it a pass. So yeah, I would. You have 18 backups. And See, this one's really good for Sophie, too. Damn it. Mm. Yeah, Hmm. Thoughts on Rydia? So here's the thing. You have 11 cards in 4. Because you have Yang, you have Ursula, and then who the hell else do you have? Cecil, right. Um, but here's the thing, like, do you care about summons? Rydia's too, like, Rydia is a really weird. It's not a weird card, but it's an unusual include here. Um, because your monks, one of the things they're great at is, again, that mid range. And Rydia is more of a control card. I like her. Why Mist Dragon at 3? Because Mist Dragon, bro. It's Mist Dragon. Why not Mist Dragon at 3? Mist Dragon always at 3. RFG break zones, cancel summons, deal with Amis that crack your shit. Mist Dragon's so good. Mist Dragon always at 2 or 3. Kusith at 2. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Still, my statement remains. Because here, look at it this way, right? Kusith at 2 is okay because Ursula exists, White Mage exists, and yeah. So it's okay. Like, you're okay with Kusith at 2. I run my Kusith at 2 in mine, and it's plenty. It's not perfect, but it's plenty. And like, there's other stuff that you need besides recursion right now. Kusith gets both of those back. I don't understand. Like, but does Kusith get Mist Dragon? No. Kusith doesn't cancel shit. I would not say here's the thing. Mid-range also requires control at times. And it's selective. So you choose to pitch the Mist Dragon or use the Mist Dragon. Okay, but now you're just now you're just spinning a weird web of shit, and Mist Dragons you're gonna want on your opponent's turn. Not always just yours. Mist Dragons you're gonna want at every phase of the game, every step. You can't just play Cryo off of a Kusith. It just doesn't happen for free. Like, sure, you you White Mage the Cryo and then okay, cast Mist Dragon, but like that's stretching. Because that assumes you have the one Cryo in break. That assumes that you have a Mist Dragon in break to play. Like, there's a lot of assumptions being made in that in that scenario. So I'd rather just have the Mist Dragon. But again, ratios can always be tweaked. It's about what cards to include in general, right? Dragon doesn't seem as ubiquitously powerful as something like Amaterasu to merit being run at 3. I would argue that's 100% wrong. Mist Dragon, the game is very summon heavy right now, especially with a lot of control decks, a lot of mid-range decks, and even aggro decks utilizing that stuff. And being able to cancel a majority of the stuff being cast right now in the meta, or even non-meta, is huge. Every single deck that I run Mist Dragon at 3, I use all 3. And those are all decks across all types of stuff. It's in my Soiree. I slapped it into my monks. I've slapped it into Earth Wind. I've slapped it into Water Earth. Earth Fire. Everything that runs Mist Dragon almost always runs it at 3. Especially with the amount of recursion in the game, you want to just be like, oh, you're recurring this thing? Where's your break zone, though? You got a break zone? I don't see a break zone. Sorry. It's that modularity that makes it nasty. Hell, even saving stuff. Like if you want to save something from damage, like it's gross. Or even worse, you can make someone pay the Cecil tax, and then they'll be like, "Okay, cool, I'll pay the 2. Effect still going through," and then you're like, "Mist Dragon, cancel it." And then if they want to do something to cancel your Mist Dragon, then they have to pay again, arguably. I think. No, it doesn't. But still, like you have layers of stuff you can do with Mist Dragon. And here's the other thing too. Based on that, so I'll address this comment then. Monks are played how you're playing them in the moment. Same as a bunch of other decks out right now. It's flexible. You can play it one way or another, and none of them are wrong. You have to adapt to what you're playing against, right? So when I'm playing monks against Ty, Ty often plays control stuff. So I play aggro against it because I rush him down, put him at 5 or 6, and then all I have to do is Sophie burn and win. Because she doesn't care if she's dulled, she doesn't care if whatever. I can removal his stuff all day to survive. Once I've got that aggro established. He can board wipe me, and I'm like, okay, 1 forward or 2 forwards, done. I've won games without Sophie. Like, her getting put to 1 is not a big deal. It helps to have her at 3, but whatever. But don't forget, this deck also is being built with the Lassie Gilgamesh. We're being built with the Kadaj, and you have the new Leonis. So if we leave those in, we are looking at a mid-range, kind of a flex deck as opposed to aggro. The aggro is still there, but it's not the focus. If you take those out and put more emphasis on the aggressive cards, then yes, it's aggro. But what we're seeing with a lot of monks decks right now, and in particular how things are kind of forcing you to play, it's mid-rangey at the moment. Again, my expert opinion, right? Expert. It's, if you play it aggro, like, go, like, more power to you. Like, if it works, it works, right? That's how monks are. Monks are flexible, and they're able to do that. But in the current, like, landscape or ecosystem, you kind of have to have both options, like, really available. Ouch, Thomas. Ouch, Savage. You're going for the throat here. I'm just trying to help, bro. I'm just trying to help. Am I getting roasted for this Aerith? Look, okay, if Aerith becomes like a meta card that is actually used in a lot of tournaments and like reported on FF Deck's tournaments by a lot of winners, I will be the guy who Ty gets to roast me like I roast him over saying Diabolos is bad. Because he said Diabolos was bad when Opus 5 came out. And here we are. It was a good card for like 6 sets straight. So I'll eat crow. It's fine. But until I see that, I'm not going to say it's a good or bad card. I'm just going to say where it is or isn't a useful card. I mean, I'm leaving it in here because this deck, like, functions very heavily on big shit. This can go aggro or mid-range. So I'm gonna play this deck similar. I actually am unsure about Kadaj though. Hades. So Hades is really good when you work with Hades. I wouldn't say it's a build around, but it's a card that so dude, I was just in tournaments in meta. I actually didn't look at decks a bit ago. Latest tourney Wakanda local. This one, this we're looking at from 4 days ago. Aerith? Okay, one of. Sure. And that was in a totally different deck. That's actually not a bad soiree deck though. I kind of like that. I'll come back to that. Where's the Earth? Soiree. Okay, Aerith and Soiree. No Aerith here. That's 7. Here's Soiree with Aerith. Okay, so that's Soiree again. Like, so far I'm seeing three decks with that are all, similar. Yeah, this is L6. I'm not counting L6. Benelux. What do we got? Soiree. No Aerith. No Aerith in Soiree. There's an Aerith in a Rainbow, which is kind of Soiree. No Aerith. It seems like it's being only put in Soiree decks right now. So you can take it or leave it either way. But yeah, I am actually unsure about Kadaj. Like, if we have to cut, like, to get down to 50 cards, I'm unsure about Kadaj. Only because he's slow. That being said, he's not a bad card still. It does stuff. And it definitely can remove things from your opponent's break zone without them being able to react to it, which is really cool. I just wonder if he's too slow for what we're going for here. I don't know. That's the thing, is like, I'd put Kitone in over Kadaj. Because you can force the no block. Or attack. Because Kitone does not have back attack. And it can't use action ability, so anti-action ability stuff, which is cool. He is hard to interact with, and that's the only thing that makes Kadaj amazing. If he didn't have that end of turn shenanigans stuff, he'd be the most average card in this deck. 2K Brave is okay with Ursula. I'd almost rather give it to Sophie. Because you can save yourself on the burn, which is pretty cool. Kitone is cool also. So, like, there's that. I use Layla a lot in Monk's games. I use Layla almost every Monk game. Anti-Ami, anti-Mist Dragon, saves you against this new Cactar, or any of the new 4-drop summons. You can cancel your opponent getting stuff with Kusith. Like, Layla just cancels a summon, which is cool. It doesn't have to be choosing or targeting anything. It's just summon doing something? Nope. No, it isn't. So your curve is almost up at 4. So you can cut Mont, which I think I put in here. Or you can lower Tyro to 2. Because my deck has Tyro at 2, and I'm okay with it. But I like everything else as it is. Like, it's all fine. So I want opinions here on what you want that one cut card to be. Magenta. And then I'm going to bed. Thanks. Not convinced on Kitone. So my argument for it, and you can tell me you don't like it. It's got EX, which means if you hit the EX, your opponent can't finish, and it can be a turn stopper. You can use it to prevent blocks on stuff. So if you want to swing in over one big thing or something, whatever, you can guarantee a no block situation. Um, and I just think that's strong. The only downside is the ninja, so you can't do any monk shenanigan stuff interactions with it. And if you run it at 1, you don't get the special. Um, but it's a tech choice. I keep them in my sideboard for mine because sometimes I just goof around with it. Um, the problem is, yeah, it's a backup that sticks, which you have a lot of those. Um, you don't. What you don't have that sticks is gladiator, monk, lail, monk, right? Um, the white mage, Sid. Like you can break a lot of your backups. So having 1 or 2 that sticks is fine. Because you have Shantotto, Tyro, Kitone. Those are the only 3 that stick, and you can only play 1 of each. But then you don't have as many monks. So, like, you could judge it by the moment and like decide not to play it. That's fine. You can always get it back with Kusith or whatever. White Mage plays a forward, so you can't get it back with that. But exactly, everything breaks itself except for Tyro and Toto. So like your call on that one. If you want to cut the Kitone, just keep it in mind for the sideboard. I do. It's one of those things that like if I want it, I swap out the white mage for it in mind, depending on who I'm playing against. Obviously, I can't do that in a tournament, but like in casuals, for judging how things are going, um, you know, that's how it works. It's what I do. So I leave that up to your discretion, what you want to do there. Um, I think Mont can go and you keep the backups you've got because everything else is fine here, and you can't retarget with the Cecil anyway. So, or with Edge and Cecil. So, yeah, your call. Because like Sabin also is whatever. Like Sabin's also like a if you don't want it in, you don't put it in kind of thing, and just bump something else up to 2 or 3. Um, but it's an option, and I'm gonna throw it in mine now that Cecil's an option. So, multicolor Cecil play. Screw it. Let's give it a shot. Cecil, I definitely think could be 2 or even 1 because you only have 2 color fixing cards. And you are almost always going to damage yourself off this Cactar, so that makes it a little dangerous for removal. Something else to consider. Because other Earth summons you could do. Earth doesn't really have removal summons as much. You could do Heka for a board wipe, maybe. You could do this Titan, but you don't have any crystals, so you're always paying full cost, which isn't bad, right? It's not great though either. Um, you do Carbuncle for emergency Sophie, I guess, and you draw the card because all your backups are the same color. But Alexander is fine, so you can do that instead. Like, there's so many things to do. The 1-drop Titan is super versatile. Exodus is super versatile. You have all these options in Earth stuff, but not a lot of it is removal is the issue. Like, you're going back to this Titan if you want real good removal. So yeah, like if you want damage abilities, that's fine, but like you don't work off a lot of damage here. Um, like Yang gets damage 3. Um, yeah. Like there's your damage functions in the front row is just Yang. So got to be careful with that damage unless you have Tyro and Toto out. Or you can pitch a Cecil or a Sabin or whatever. Um, so, those are some choices to play with. Um, so with the only way to play being Tyro and Toto, is Cecil worth the consistency hit? argue. Well, that's why I'm arguing to put it to 1. Same with Sabin. They're hard to play for free, or color correcting. Arguably, you're gonna have Tyro more often than not, right? Because Tyro's kind of a really good card. But oh, what, Evie? What's up? I know you want attention. I love you. But like you need the color fixing. Sabin can be played with Yang, correct? So there is that. More often than not, you want to play the Ursula for Sophie, right? You just go to that combo, and then Sophie's just online. That's why you had Sid at 2. Wait, digs for I guess, yeah, but like it's so rare that you need to do that. Like again, Cecil I'd put at 1. I think Cecil is comfortable at 1 because you really don't need him. He's convenient but not crucial. Yeah, finding Toto or Tyro, like that's fine. But yeah, Thomas, I'm with Thomas. It's a little greedy. Evie, where do you think you're going? You are not going back there. No, no. Hey, what would you cut? Cecil, Thomas, or the Sid? Which are you referring to here? Because it does fit into the protective side of monks, where you tax them for trying to kill your shit, and that's fine. That's cool. Monks like doing that. Got both Cecil's 2 more. Okay, well, you had me until the comma. Used to run 3 Ami and 2 Susano. Interesting. How did that work out? Was that consistent? Was that like useful? It's actually very consistent with the new members. Is not as effective. Yeah, I think fire would be the more consistent splash since there's more to splash for. Yeah, I don't disagree. The thing is though, you need the color fixing for non-earth, and that's hard. I almost would want to say you'd have to cut Cecil, cut Kadaj, go back to Susano and Ami, which then means you're probably gonna have to cut the Cactar, rely exclusively on your Ursula or backup effects for removal, or Sabin, of course. You could just throw in fire backups. That is a thing. Downside is you have no color fixing in fire because the backup here produces lightning CP, which is rough. And the fire one produces ice. So like, yeah, fire is your remove. Well, okay, so if you put in fire, right, we're not going full double color here because you have to keep the monk synergy strong enough, right? So the fire you'd add would be Susano, which is not an earth card. So you'd have Susano, you'd have Ami, and then what other fire are you putting in here without really messing with, what you've already got at the core? Because, like, we can cut Hades to make room. Now, yeah, now you're just making Soiree, right? Like cut the Mont synergies, perhaps a tortoise. I mean, yeah, at that rate, yeah, probably. Um, and that makes it a little bit weirder to deal with in this particular situation. Um, Cecil does feel a little greedy here. I'm not disagreeing with that. Um, and if I had to cut something, I'd be like, all right, probably Cecil. Um, yeah, because like, say you do this, and you know we don't have these. This is fine. This is okay. Like you do this. You have 3 months for special if you want to do that, or you can, play off this one, either or. You have all this flexibility with these monks. Um, do you have, what you don't have is the 5-drop monk that gets cheaper. He's an interesting one of, I think. First time I was playing 3 Cecil and 1 Hooded Man. Okay. Enkidu doesn't really protect much, though. All it does is dull for no damage being dealt, and Mist Dragon does the same thing. Like, it is definitely wind that you can discard for cost. I'm not, like, not knocking on the Hood Man. Like, that's just a really out of... I just did not expect to see that. Can't be broken up, prevent damage. Right. Close enough for our purposes here. Since, you know, more or less the same in this situation. Like, what else is gonna just outright break it? I mean, yeah. Here, I guess there's a couple other things that could do it too, right? Um, but overall, like, I don't think Enkidu is necessary. Honestly, I technically don't think that Gilgamesh is necessary either. It's just an interesting card to throw in here. Yeah, it's anti-water, and there is some water in the meta. So like that is a tech choice. You don't have to make it, but if you remove it, you have room for other stuff. So choices to be made there. It's fine. So an unnatural hatred for tortoise. Fair. That's fair. I'll let you have that one. We all have our prejudices. So yeah, like you I mean, you could do Hades and then combo into Ursula breaking something for her damage thing to kill something huge. Had to take Medine into my water ice mill, just deal with it like it. Wow. Medine? Damn. Ain't that some shit? But yeah, I think you're okay where you are now. I think this is fine. I think you have a deck. And honestly, I'm gonna tweak mine. My monks haven't been tweaked since Opus 14, so I'm probably gonna tweak mine to make it a little closer to this. Probably not quite the same, but it's not a bad call. It's definitely not a bad setup here. So yeah. Monks haven't been tweaked sounds like a euphemism. Yeah, no, I like monks. I don't play it enough because I've been just really, really into soiree recently, black waltzes, which I still have no idea how I want to actually like tweak and build. I've tried a couple different things and I'm not into it yet. Because they're both so flexible. And I've been playing lightning fire. I have a really weird build with that I still want to figure out. But I want to tweak my samurai and my monks. But yeah, Thomas, there are way too many ways to build waltzes. I feel like we need just one more to really like send it home. Play Earth for the Frog. Oh man. Big play did was late last week was Cecil into Hooded Man, grabbed Yang, played Ursula into Sophie after I got board wiped. Well, then you did. What, Evie? What are you doing? My kitty is not happy that she's feeling. She's not happy that she's feeling ignored. And I'm sorry. I'm doing some stuff right. I'm busy. We'll spend some time with you in the morning. You cuddle with me every night. Yeah, no, that's yeah, that's one of the Magenta. That's one of those moments where you're just like, was I even board wiped? I'm sorry. Did you do something? I felt a tickle. Felt the wind blow. Felt a breeze. Oh yeah? You want to say that again for the microphone? Here. You want to speak? What's up, Evie? Tell the people what's up. Okay, fine. Yeah, all for 5 CP. Combos. Oh, you're so good. I love you too, yes. Oh. Technically, I was gonna say that math don't add up quite right, but like still, you got 5 forwards for 8 CP. That's nasty. And if they didn't cancel it, then you just kind of win. So, are we safe to call this one finished? Dude, mono win decks are gonna be a thing again. I know it. Bismarck, yeah, GTFO, man, it's over. Hell, my girlfriend still plays Chocobos. She plays Bart's Bokobos with Bismarck. And we're probably gonna throw Cecil in there, and it's all gonna be nasty. Yeah, honestly, Thomas, my girlfriend bit the bullet and just bought them. We had 2. She wanted a third. And she just bit it and bought one. And then she bought a Leviathan, and then she bought 3 Vons for Sky Pirates. And then without consulting me, she bought 3 Lilithets, and I already had Lilithets for her. So she just stacked it on. But honestly. Like that those cards just aren't in enough supply. I wish they were in the anniversary box too. But enough enough moping about it. It is almost, well, it's like 1:30. They'll get a reprint eventually for sure. But it's 1:30 here, and now that I'm getting a little tired and we're wrapping up all the decks that the tie, was cool. Well, actually, I was gonna say we did viewer. I think I did all the viewer decks. And then we have this stuff that Ty wants to work on here. So we will come back to this soon and do these. But this one, if we're considering this done, I need food and I need sleep. And I need to give my adorable cat some attention. So I think I'm gonna go and hit submit here. Finish that up. Oh, and for those who didn't notice, I hope you guys appreciated my tabs here. Just thought that would be funny. I'm not funny, but I try anyway. Thank you guys for stopping by and viewing. You put up with where's the timer here? Almost 6 hours stream. So there's that. Had a lot of good chat discussion here. Always appreciate you giving us a hard time, Thomas. So keep up the good work. And looking forward to the next one. We might still work on these decks that we didn't do tonight. Ty and I will probably discuss some of these and post them in deck tech discussion. 6 hours of hating on air. Hey, hating is a strong word. 6 hours is a strong number. It's you're rounding up there quite a bit, pal. But I'm glad we got to do this again. I always love Fix It Fridays. I hope you guys do too. And we'll see you guys next time, and or in posts in the Discord and stuff. Good night / morning, and catch you later.